Okay, I think ad's pretty much done. Hold up. Hold up. Bang. Yeah, there we go. Alrighty, chat. We're going with webcam today. I felt like it. That's really it. So I gotta adjust this appropriately. Ignore the Domino's box in the background. I wanted to order some food, so I got some pizza. Alrighty, but what's good? What's good? What's hanging? What's going on today? I really don't have a plan today. While I was sitting at the going live screen, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to play, what I wanted to do. I haven't thought of anything. I ended up just going and putting on a shirt because I originally just had a hoodie on, and I was like, "Damn, it's still too warm to do this." But yeah, so we have to figure out what we want to do, what is going on today. I will say, I do have a plan for some of the other streams this week. Like I have a plan for because I'm gonna go live Saturday. I'm gonna be going live later Saturday. Like we're talking like I want to say like 7 p.m. MST that day. We're gonna be doing a later night stream because I'm gonna play a VR game. So later at night, a little bit of VR. You know what it is. But yeah. So we'll be doing that. Don't really have a plan aside from that, truthfully. And then right now, I'm up in the air because like we did just like beat the Elite Four and the champion in Pokemon. So truthfully, we could continue the Pokemon stuff. I don't know if we want to. I don't know if chat's Pokemoned out. If there is a specific game people are wanting to see right now, or if people are just wanting to chill and yap. Because man, I have to say, I took the weekend to myself because I was like I just want the weekend to myself. I just want to like drink and then yap with people. Why the fuck is Murkrow impossible to catch? What do you mean impossible? Paralyze that motherfucker and then just Ultra Ball him. Done. Or first round you get in, quick ball. Done. Caught. Game over. What are you even playing? Because I'm not gonna lie, during the entire weekend, I was also hold up, I dropped something. Where'd it go? Hold up, there it is. Violet, nice. Yeah, on God, literally just quick ball or false swipe, paralyze, and you're good. Yeah, because like I've been playing a ton of Bravely Default off stream. God, I love that game. That shit's so good. I'm so happy that I'm able to play that game. I really like this weekend. I just kind of like shut off. I really didn't talk to anybody. I just kind of did my own thing and just entered that shell. But damn, was it good? Yeah, yeah. But I felt like I was reliving my childhood. Playing on the old like 3DS. You can finish Pokemon, go back to Sekiro, or do Destiny 2. Do a one-off thing. Because I'll do the one-off thing on Saturday. That's the thing is I'm doing the one-off Saturday. A React Andy Day. What would I react to though? Like what else is going on out there? Because I know like Twitch sphere is burning down because people are getting sued. I've been watching Tectone cover that. That's fucking hilarious. I thought that was funny as fuck. Like that shit was Hilarious. You can just select what's interesting. Hell yeah. You know what? Let's have a React Andy Day. It's been forever since I did a React Andy Day. I might have to create a scene for a React Andy Day. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I have a React Andy screen. Honestly, I could probably use the extra screen and then just use that as a React Andy. Hmm. Just chat for a bit while I pull some stuff up. Hell yeah. Honestly, I think I'm not gonna. I think this is one of the first, if not the first, reaction stream that I've done. Because I've always avoided just doing reaction content, but I feel like I'm in the mood for it. So why not? Uh, Send stuff to the Discord server. I think I need to create a command on Kick so that way people can get that, can see it. Or I just, I post it in the I'll just yeah. I'll figure something out. I'll figure something out. We'll chill with this. Bu- 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 And then for other people that want to send me shit, they can just send it in the Discord, honestly. That's what I'll say. A while ago, State of Play. I haven't. I actually haven't seen the State of Play. I didn't see any of that. I avoided it. My habitual habit, like my habit for like avoiding all sort of spoilers has made it so that way I don't watch like State of Play, Xbox Showcase, Summer Game, any of it. Like a lot of the time I avoid it, and then like because like there was a ton of info for a lot of games that I've played recently where it's like they showed a lot and then just I didn't see any of it at all whatsoever. Hold up, wait a minute. I ever so barely see that my cam was clipping out of my little border. Fix that shit now. Yeah, honestly, probably highlights. I'd say highlights just because otherwise, like, I'm not gonna lie, some of the shit doesn't interest me. But, like, a little bit of a highlight reel. A little bit of a highlight reel sounds nice. We already getting stuff? Yeah, Spy sent some stuff. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's use. Oh, yo, pause. Let me pause you. I said I would do this on game 3, I think. This one. Chat. Move you. Yeah, I think me here. Is a good spot. Yeah. I'm like also trying to like center this. Yeah, that's good. Then I'll send this up to the top. There we go. And then I'll slide this over to my main screen. And let's do browser source, show and tell. Let's do this. Oh no, I had it on browser source. Or not browser source, display. No, window. That was the one I'm looking for. Show and tell. Okay. Let me just make it so that way that's not shown. And let's stuff this all the way at the back. There we go. Now everything is shown. Scaling, transform, enter to screen. Transform. Hit to screen. Sure. Have you seen the Amazing? I don't think I've seen the latest episode. I've seen like the first couple, but I don't think I've seen the latest. Is that popping up? I need to move the audio source so that way it'll actually get caught. Let's move my Discord over here. Do we want full screen? Full screen? Yeah, I feel like full screen is better. Actually, hold on, where's my audio sources? There, Steel Series.
It's Saturday, which means curry time.
Awesome, I love curry.
Speaking of curry, apparently the current president is actually...
Yo, already pause. What the fuck are these graphics? I feel like this is something that I would have seen in like a Clunker game. Or yeah, like Clunker's Bad Fur Day. Or like an old N64. Like I feel like this is N64 graphics.
humane. What does that mean? It's okay, I'll get it.
Actually, you pause. This does remind me of the game. I don't even know which game it reminds me of. What game is this reminding me of? Like, it's either an old N64 game or it's an old PS2 game. And I can't remember which one it is.
Romeo! Stay with me! Grandpa, I'm gonna die! Romeo, listen up! You're gonna die in about 15 seconds! Seriously? Seriously, don't worry. I made this just in case. The Dead Gear Life Support System. Don't move, okay?
What is this game?
You're already half dead. From now on, you're half dead man. No, wait, that's pretty lame. Dead man. From now on, you're dead man.
Oh, wow. That's a graphics. That's a switch up really quick in graphics. Jesus Christ. Wow. Like, that was like a stylized, like, Damn. Oh shit, this reminds me of like a lot of the beat 'em ups, like fuck man. Uh uh No More Heroes, kind of. This is giving me like modern No More Heroes. That's what it was. That's what the old graphics remind me of. No More Heroes. I wonder if it's from the same devs. Jesus. The blood effects are a little aggressive. No, that actually looks pretty good. Okay, one. That thing's got a spine made of teeth. That I don't know how I feel about that. But fuck man, this is yeah, like No More Heroes. There's another one that I'm trying to think of. I can't remember it off the top of my head. It's a game where death you basically like play the game and then you'll die, you'll get reset, yada yada yada. But death is a dude that just rolls around on a skateboard. Hold up 1 second. My parents. Okay, never mind. We're good. Bang. I feel like I've seen quite a few ultra-violent games every couple of years. Damn, this changes graphic styles a lot.
Romeo is a dead man. Coming 2026. Maybe.
Maybe.
Huh? That was Grandpa's voice. Are you like a spirit? I'm on your back. What?
Alrighty. No, that's pretty good. That does actually interest me. Hold up. I need to be able to hide, show, and tell whenever I need. Like that's actually pretty interesting in terms of like just shit. Like mainly the graphics, I want to say. Who's this by? Manufacturer. Grasshopper manufacturer? Hold up. I'm looking them up really fast. Shining Soul. I was so right. Holy shit, dude. No fucking way. I was so accurate with that. So good. I'm actually really impressed with myself. Oh my god, they made Lollipop Chainsaw, which is a game I haven't heard of in a hot minute. But no, yeah, Let It Die. See, this is the one I'm talking about. This is the game that I was talking about a minute ago. It's from what I remember, pretty damn good. Yeah. Is it on PC? No. Hold on, let me check Steam. Let me check to see if it's on Steam. Because from what I remember, Let It Die was a really good game. Yeah, it's still out. It's still out, free to play still. And it's still apparently receiving updates. Years 2026 AD. Large tectonics, yada yada yada. Yeah, this one is also a very violent game. No, 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 no. Players fight through the treacherous tower, obtaining various pieces of weapon and armor. You lose your belongings on death. Yeah, it's a hyper-violent game. Yeah, this studio focuses on hyper-violent games. Okay. Yeah. Lollipop Chainsaw was really good. Oh, Silent Hill F. This was one that I heard about. So I actually want to see about this.
サクコ、どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。今は誰かと喋りたくて。私も後から行くね。うん。じゃあね。裏切り者。
What is this about, though?
誰もいないの？足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて。
No, what is that noise? Sweet Jesus. Nah, if you hit me with that, you hit me with the traitor as you turn around, I'm throwing a brick through your window. In-game, though. In-game. 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 No, I'm actually, like...
誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうろつき回ってるし。いや、キラコ。
Yo, so is this an entire, like, they got a sample of my singing, damn. They got a track of me laughing. They just pitched that up and then sped it up. No, because it's actually kind of interesting. Is this like based off of its own like game, or is this based off of one of the other Silent Hill games? Because I'll be honest, I haven't played a Silent Hill game. I've yet to play a Silent Hill game. Hold up, I need to adjust my jeans. These motherfuckers be rising up on me. Like, this is like oh god, is this actually like based? Is this another Silent Hill game that they're adapting into this, or what? Story. Silent Hill is always its own story except 1 and 3. Oh, okay. No, well, it's because sometimes they do like remakes and shit, and sometimes they've like launched betas of games and then scrapped them and then released the game under the same name, and it's entirely something different. So that's why I'm like, is this based off of like one of the betas that was released? Is this like? But it's entirely like brand new, its own thing. We haven't heard of this story before at all, right? Yeah, new Silent Hill with its own story. Okay, okay, okay. That's all I needed. See, I don't know if I can call this a horror game. This is the average, you know, like New Yorker's day in the subway. I'm 100% sure the crackheads have that same lean to them. I'm 100% sure I've had a crackhead walk up to me just like that. I'm 100% sure. Same sort of like. Yo, it is average British. She got a knife. Damn. Is this gonna be a Silent Hill game where you actually have to die? Because that'd be an interesting mechanic. POV, it's an average Tuesday, an average foggy Tuesday in Britain. Damn. POV, it's the final day of the rave. Damn. They actually got some like impact frames on that. Those hits kind of feel heavy. I'm not a huge like horror game player, but this actually kind of looked tempting. Damn. I might try it. I could maybe do a. I'm not pre-ordering it. I don't give a fuck. Thanks, PlayStation. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't do pre-orders no more. I think there's been one game in like 10 years that I've now pre-ordered, and that was not 10 years. Jesus Christ, what am I saying? That's provably false. In the past like 3 years, I haven't pre-ordered a game. Destiny 2 really wrecked me. What is okay? So I did see this game because I had a regular come into my store, ask me if we were already doing pre-sales for this, and I had no clue what they were talking about. Ooh, wait a minute! This is from Ark. Okay, this is gonna be good. Alrighty, Guilty Gear devs, what do you have for me? Pause. What is that Iron Man outfit? Hold up. Cap actually looking like he's got like drip. What is that vest? No, on like Iron Man looks like he's mecha. That's so dope. Yeah, Gundam Iron Man was not on my bingo list. Ooh. Whoa! Hold up! Wait, no, I need. Hold up! I need to rewatch that without pausing. Crossover. That. That's a smooth ass combo. Ooh, this is gonna be nasty, just like Guilty Gear. They've got stage breaks. They got stage breaks again, just like they did in. Oh shit, this is gonna be so good. Although I'm not gonna lie, chat, I think I'm gonna get a haircut. Someone at my work told me to get a mullet, and I don't know if I should get a mullet. I think that's a bad idea. I'm not gonna lie, I think that's a bad idea. Hold up. I also think I need to up the brightness on my ring lane. Oh, that's down. We're gonna up that so that way it's... I'm not getting, like, blasted by the light of my screen. Yuck. Is that yuck to the mullet? They were really dead set. They're like, get a mullet, get a mullet, get a mullet. And I was like, I don't know about that one, Chief. It's because I used to rock a mullet for a little bit. But people really want me to go to the frat boy look and just send it even further. Mullets are nasty. Wait a minute. Yo! That's a clean Star-Lord. Hold up, can I... Yes, they have it. No, they don't. Never mind. Fuck, I missed it. I missed the timing. That's on me. Damn! They've got, like, some really good outfits. I'm not gonna lie, this mask actually kind of gives me Kamen Rider vibes. That, like... I get the vibe of, like old Japanese, like, Power Rangers and, like, Kamen Rider. That's what I'm getting here. Hold up, wait a minute. Audio good? There we go. We're good. Oh, he's got a freeze. Ooh. Okay, who else do they have? Dr. Doom. Very, I can't say anything because he does look like a very standard. Damn, he really just fucking... He just pulled out a gun and was just like, nah, I'm done with you. I'm done with you. Sit down. That always makes Storm look so fine. Storm always looks fine. Change my mind. You can. They always do Storm so good. Every game. I genuinely don't think they've ever made, like, in a video game, they've made Storm look ugly. Like, every single iteration of Storm that I have personally seen, boom, like, chef's kiss. So it's 4v4 from what it looks like. You pick, or maybe it's only 3v3 and it's just the editing. Okay. No, it's got to be 3v3. It's got to be 3v3, like Marvel vs. Capcom. That's what I like. That's in my head now. Nope, 4v4. They just showed it on screen. Oh yeah, there we go. Damn. That's gonna be interesting. I'll have to play. I'll have to play. Yeah. I will definitely have to play that. Ooh, so this is a trailer that I did want to react to, that I did want to see. I didn't mean to hit that. I wanted this. There we go. Wow, does this... They're gonna bring out the good shit. They're gonna bring out... Oh, like holy shit. It's gonna be so good. I already know. It's P4, baby. I'm not gonna lie. I was proven wrong because I think it was on stream 2 weeks ago. I said they were most likely gonna do P6 and then P4. I'll be honest. I was wrong. Like, I will absolutely admit that. I genuinely believed that they were gonna do P6, raise that hype, and then boom, P4 right there. But no, I was wrong. Oh, so good! Woo, baby, back to the TV world. That's good shit. I'm ready for this. Persona 4 Revival. Yes, please. Yo, when does this release? Tell me. It doesn't say when! Sorry, that was aggressive. Rewind would have been a better name. Maybe.
Sir.
What is this? I actually didn't see in the name. I don't know. I feel like Persona 4 Revival, though, that kind of slaps. That's like, Rewind would have been really fitting for like the fact they're going into the TV world, but Revive, like, ooh, it kind of like, and I mean, for information I know, Revive is kind of a fitting title. You know. So this is the next Resident Evil game. I'm not gonna lie. No, not Resident Evil. Yeah, Resident Evil. 2 game series. I have been told. I've been told to play time and time again, and I have yet to play them. But I really should. And that's Silent Hill. Any Silent Hill game. Just pick one up and play it. And then Resident Evil. I'm not gonna lie. I have Resident Evil Village on my computer. I've never touched it. I didn't even pay for it. I got it as a gift. I haven't touched it. Yo, she's got that XQC stance to her. She got that XQC going on. I'm at least 90% sure that's a leg right here. Start with 7 before Village? Oh, right, yeah, no, because I heard that 7 goes into Village. No, oh god, that's a leg. It has to be.
Grace. Ashcroft.
Yes?
Okay, maybe it wasn't.
My office.
Oh, coming.
Damn! She got a messy office. Don't look behind me.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating.
What do we
now,
have
I need a good
here?
technical analyst on this.
Wait, pause. Sorry, I gotta pause this. Because I know there is 7. 7 goes into Village. Village got an expansion. Is this going to be a brand new one, or is this going to continue off of 7? Because it feels like, from what I understand, a lot of the Resident Evil games are tied in together. This one, as of right now, seems like a brand new one with callbacks. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want that because, like, I don't want to touch the Resident Evil series because I feel like I need to start with like the earlier ones and then understand everything and then get caught up and then I can start playing like 7. Because my idea was I was gonna sit and watch like 9-10 videos about like 7 and 8 ends at 8. That's confirmed. Oh, okay. I understood.
Okay.
Wait, but I thought 7 and 8 was also tied to like Leon and shit. Or am I just getting the game series mixed up? Yeah, no. Because Silent Hill has always been its own thing. I'd recommend at least playing 7 and 8 and then watch a video. Oh, okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel.
Ooh.
I know. That's where your mother was murdered. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time
Damn.
for you.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of a dumbass. I was looking at all this, and I was like, oh, they're reporters. Motherfucker, they're FBI. It says so on their name tags. 7 and 8 story are very impactful that a video wouldn't do it justice. No, that's my thing. It's like I was gonna watch a video on Residents 1 through 6 or whatever games are in between those ones. And then I was going to go in, play 7, play 8, and then like be like, okay, I'm caught up, I'm good, I'm now up to date with this game series. I know what's happening, I know what's going on.
To face the past. Grace.
Damn, why you oiled up? I'm sorry. I'm good. We're chill. I'm fine. Okay, I'd play 7, then watch videos, then play 8, as 8 has more callbacks than 7, and like maybe 1. Oh, okay. No, fair enough. Why her hair like that? Is she upside down? Yeah. It appears that appears to be what is happening.
Stay close.
Ooh, hold up. Sorry, I know I'm pausing it a lot. Fair use or something. I don't know. Fuck off. Is this gonna be like one of those games where you gotta like, you're in the present, you play part of it, like part 1 of the game in the past, and then part 2 is in the present, and you get to play through that? Because I like games like those. Those games are always so cool because it really feels like you're like going back into the memory of the person to relive it, and then boom, you're in it. Because I hate games that just do flashback after flashback after flashback. I'm so tired of it. Like just.
They're coming. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that sounds like a lot of the neckbeards that show up to my job and hit on my female coworkers.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
We need to keep our voices down.
Have you seen the same shit I've seen?
Please know that you are my hope.
Everyone's gone.
In case you're interested. I'm noticing that now. I think if I do watch that the Corpse Party retrospective, I might do that at the very end. Just because, like, I'm kind of 50-50 on watching, like, people's full-length videos on stream. That's where my React to Andy content, I'm like, I don't really, like... And then... I don't know if I want to react to the, I don't know if I want to react to the H3 stuff, just because that's I feel like, as a little guy walking into that, I feel like I'm about to get punted to God. Listen, I ain't trying to send no heat to my my direction. But the other ones, maybe. If anything, what I'll do is, if I do react to the length videos, I might put the video, a direct link to the video, because I want people to go and click on that, in the chat, in every single chat. People can go and watch, at least give a view to the thing, mute it, play it in the background, allow the ads to run so that way people can get their views, get their money. Like, do that. Like, if you're wanting to watch it along with me, all I'm saying, hit play button, mute the tab, come back to this. It'll be good. That way, you're still playing. They're still getting watch time. They're still getting, like, that 10-minute ad. Like, you hit that. Make sure you do that. Always make sure you do that if you're watching someone who is reacting to content. You feel me? Corpse Party is an hour long, so I definitely save it for last if interested. Everything else I made sure is around 20 minutes or shorter. And I'm not gonna lie, I think for the H3, like H3, like Gigabrain Trap, I don't know if I could add anything to that. Like, genuinely. Like, I feel like what's been said about the situation is, like... I feel like that is... Hold on. I just have to turn on a fan. I'm getting warm. I feel like a lot of the YouTube lawyers have made their comments on that situation, and there's nothing for me to add. Not gonna lie. From the perspective of someone who's been watching everything... He's getting heated, oh no. I'm getting hot because I'm getting reactionary. I don't know, I've been, like... I just feel like my content lately, like, I've been trying to keep it cool and relaxed. It's not me. It's not me, and I during, like, my little week break that I took, like, because I haven't been streaming in 7 days, I feel like I realized that. I was like, damn, I've been actually kind of playing it safe and just, like, sitting there and just playing games, talking like this. No, that's not me. That's not me. That's not me. No. I need to go back to being my usual self. So, I took my little break. We're back into it. But yeah. I don't know if I could add the H3. Because, like, the big content creators, the ones who normally do all this React content and have been behind the scenes hearing shit, I feel like they've said their piece. That's the big thing. And then a lot of the lawyers have already said their piece, like the YouTube lawyers, the streaming lawyers, like legal. I don't know if Legal Eagle has said anything, but I do know the one that's been covering the Johnny Smalley situation. He said his piece, and he says it's pretty, like, hook, line, and sinker. Which, I mean, from the way he explained it, is pretty hook, line, and sinker. There's not really, like, any sort of argument. It's at a point where it's like, we just have to wait for the actual hearing and the court date to come, because that's not till, like, what? Do we know? Is there an official court date that they've posted about? I said I wouldn't get into it. Now I'm getting into it. No? Yeah, I feel like we just have to wait for that, like, court date. And when that's, you know, when that's out, we just have to wait for what the judge says. Just watch the vid. I'll watch the vid, okay? I'll watch the vid. Me at 3 a.m. when I stub my toe. Resident Evil 9. I do kind of like that they keep stitching in like the 9 for dumb shit like me, dumb people like me, who are just sitting there going like, fucking what Resident Evil is this again? 9. Oh shit, that's soon. They've done that since 7 and I love it. Because I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know what Resident Evil Village was. Hold on, I'm actually gonna lower myself a bit. Because I'd like to sit up fully. There we go. Hold up, I need to... It's so hard finding, like, there we go. That's the height I want. Okay. I said I would skip the corpse party one because it's really, really long. It's soon, but not enough time to catch up. Yeah. Okay. Silver Palace. Okay, you said gotcha game, and you lost me, but I'm still gonna react to this. Because I'm curious. I'm always curious about what's coming out in terms of game, even if they're gotcha. But like, they're not my type of game. I'm not the target audience.
Dead, burned to ashes.
Okay, is this like another Hoyoverse? Well, no, because the fur on the jacket was way too high quality to be Hoyo.
You may be the best detective.
They've got a very they've got a very set style.
Isn't the best city there is.
But that fur is... Silver Studios. Okay, so I was right.
The city is like liquid silver.
But, like, you could see where, like, I got the idea of, like, Hoyo-esque anime style. Like, it does give off that, like, similar vibe at times, but a lot of this other stuff is not.
Always changing. What is true?
Oh, mounts to go faster. That's... It's more like, it's more Wuthering Waves.
Might
Okay.
not always stay true. Sin and evil stalk the city like a stubborn shadow.
What the fuck is this? Damn! We just witnessed a crime. I know a lot of YouTubers who just got really excited by that one scene. Just seeing someone become a werewolf. I know a lot of YouTubers who got real excited. You're not supposed to say the quiet part out loud. You're not supposed to say the quiet part out loud, goddamn. I'm almost out of coffee. Oh well. You know what we also could do later? We could play a little bit of Mario Kart on stream. I'll shout it for the people in the back. Hey, fair enough. So my question, is this the main character? Are we looking at what would be the main character of the game? Like, female main character, male main character was the dude with the fur.
I need an assistant.
Voiced main character. I like that. Also, I heard an assistant. I swear to God, if this is someone that's like annoyingly high pitched, like fucking Paimon, any hope, any chance of me playing this game is out the window. I'm so sick and tired of Paimon-like characters. Stop giving me these high pitched, annoying ass characters that make me want to shut off the game.
Mouth. I'm here for the interview. You shall become my knight in her stead.
Yeah, I heard Paimon voice. Yo, I'm just gonna say, with the amount of shit she was saying on Twitter and the amount of shit she was just saying online, I'm impressed she didn't get fired sooner. That's all I have to say. There's a level of like professionalism that should be expected of people in a job. Like, once again, for those of you who don't know, I used to act. I used to be in movies, TV shows. I used to act as an extra. I used to work in gotcha characters who are pulling are your assistants. Oh, interesting. But yeah, I've been in the film and TV industry, and it's although it's not the same, it's still that like performative arts aspect. There is a level of professionalism that you're supposed to have. There's a reason why you don't see like a lot of mega super famous actors opening their mouth about like things. They're trained as a part of HR, and this is shit that I was trained on as an extra, so I know they got better training. There are certain things you do not say online. There's certain things you do not mention. You don't post photos of yourselves. They tell you right off the bat when you get hired for a job, do not take photos. Do not post photos. The reason why they say don't take photos and don't post photos is because they know people are going to take photos of their outfits, of their costumes. Their big thing is do not post it. If you're going to take a photo, make sure nobody hears about it. If you're going to take a photo, do not post it because that you're showing people off. Like, if you're going to do something, be discreet, keep it for yourself. That is your thing. It's just well known. It's just well known. Like, you gotta be like, so it's like, when you have this level of professionalism, shit, ads. Hey, for those of you who haven't been hit by the ad, just to let you know that if you do want to skip the ads on Twitch, you can always subscribe. It does skip the ads. Or, better yet, Twitch Turbo is $13.99 a month. That is the cost of 2, maybe 3 subs, depending on where you live. It's worth the price. You don't have to worry about ads on anybody's page. And the streamer still gets the money for the ad revenue. So if the ad gets skipped, they still get that ad revenue. So if you're someone that likes subbing to a lot of people, I recommend just getting Twitch Turbo. If you have Prime, use a Prime sub on your favorite channel. If you're on my YouTube or you're on my Kick right now, you don't have to worry about ads. You can't monetize YouTube like that, and I don't think I have the ability to monetize Kick like that. Hold up. Let me hide the nope, that was my old game. Let me hide this. I'm gonna there we go. Now I can have two things up and I can double check. Yeah, I don't control ads on Kick right now. So like I think I need to I need to set up something in order to do that, but I'll do that eventually one day. Yep. But if you like you have that shit, like remember, Twitch Turbo is a great thing if you want to sub to many people or you watch a ton of different content creators. You're going to save yourself money by instead of subbing them. Because, to be honest, most creators are 50-50, and the ones that are 70-30, the thing that's going to get them more money is you just watching. So, because they're going to be able to set up deals, they're going to be set up brand deals, make offers with people. I think a lot of content creators have actually talked about this, how it's like the best thing you can do is genuinely watch and follow and do all that shit. But yeah. I'm waiting for the ad break to end so that way I can, do my thing. We're just waiting for that. Hey, there we go. Ad break over. Is everyone back? Spy, you back? By everybody on me, Spy. Back from mail. Perfect.
Look who it is. You're not welcome in Sulfurnia.
Do not talk to the detective with that tone.
Oh, what are you gonna do?
Damn, she killed him!
Besides fire, there's another way to turn the skin black. You know what it is, but it's just too peculiar.
They're all British. Interesting.
The clock strikes 12.
Wow. Wait, pause. No, hold up. I want to see that again. That's beautiful. That's actually a killer scene. That's stunning. Okay. Yeah, I'll say it. I'll say it. It's got me interested. I'm not gonna say I'm playing it because I hate gambling, and I just feel like gacha is just gambling with extra steps.
It's 12. This is the night where everything ends. Admit it. You don't have what it takes to be the bad guy.
Damn. Okay.
Admit it. You don't have what it takes to.
Brothers. Yeah, brothers. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's. Damn, my my camera said chill out. My camera. I see nothing. Hold up, I had to reactivate the camera. It decided that it told me to go calm down. I'm just saying, that's a crazy look in her eyes. And I'm okay with crazy.
To be the bad guy.
Damn. Yeah. Yo, she did not just. She really said, "Come here, bitch." Yo, I swear to God, if the ending of this, like, it looks like a finisher, honestly. If the end of this finisher is her literally curb stomping this person, like, teeth to the curb, just. Oh, God, damn. I did not see that one coming. Yo, she really hit him with the. She hit him with the "You're not going home tonight."
Fairy tales.
She's hitting them with the Dio like excavator trick or like.
I already knew none of us could escape fate.
Damn.
Unless you are the author.
Damn. Okay.
I'm no longer a detective.
So why are you still so excited?
What are those eyes? Them's be some crazy eyes. That's crazy eyes. Funny shit. Okay. Do I do it? Do I add my 2 cents worth? Do I add it? I don't know. Like I'm 50-50 on like the. I'm gonna skip the. I'll skip that for right now. We'll try the scary FNAF game. Pull the trigger. Diesel is also funny. Ah, fuck it. Fine.
So, Ethan Klein announced yesterday that he's planning to sue.
Hold up. First and foremost, this isn't a trailer. This is someone's content. They spent time making this video. As always, go support the main creator. Go watch their shit first. Give them a view. All you have to do, pull it up in the background. Hit play. Mute the tab. Let them get the views. Let them get the watch time. Let them get the ad revenue. Let them make their money. Like the video, or my ass will literally explode. But yeah, I just want to get that off first and foremost.
Three Twitch streamers for having ill intent when reacting to Ethan's content. These Twitch streamers being Denims, Frogan, and I don't know who the fuck he.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. I did watch the original video, and the original video, when like H3 was like getting to this Caseytron point, who I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know who this was before the original video. The fact that this mother, like, one, I think the amount of tokes she took should have been a ban, and this is coming from someone who used to smoke a lot. That is an aggressive amount of weed, like dangerous. Like, I'm talking like, if you saw someone binge drinking an entire bottle of like Jack Daniels on stream, like I'm talking like a 1.25 liter, like big boy, and you saw someone just like on stream, just straight from the bottle, just constantly drinking it, you'd be like, damn, like a little aggressive on the drinking, chill out. That's what happened here. Like, that it's so aggressive with the amount she smokes that I'm surprised Twitch did not say something, did not do something. And this isn't like someone that's like 50 viewers, like small. I've looked at her numbers. She's getting like 300, 400, 500 viewers a stream, apparently. And they didn't. Twitch has rules against like binge drinking, binge smoking, and they didn't do anything. I have a joke I can't make. Just make it on Kick.
You are. Ethan expresses his distaste for lazy reaction streamers, but claims his main concern is directed towards those who.
That's me now! Let's go! Let's go, brother!
Who make it abundantly clear that their reaction content serves as a replacement for the original source material.
And I hope it's been obvious about why I'm suing these three people.
Yeah, the obvious reason is they literally said, if you do, like, watch me so that way you don't have to give you, like, as much, like, takes, who you like, political, yeah, all of that aside. It's crazy because that is the one thing that I have learned on the internet through, like, looking at, like, anime piracy. Never claim that you're doing this to take away views from the original materials. Like, you see all these, like, anime, like, websites that have all these anime, and, like, everyone's like, how are they getting away with this? How can they do it? Because the big thing is they're claiming that they're giving English viewers and viewers of other languages a way to watch this content. That's their thing. They're not taking away viewers, but there's not a way for these people to have access to this, so they're giving it to them. Never say, oh, watch me watch this, or I'm going to give you an alternate way to watch this so you don't have to support the original creators. That's how you get hit by, like, copyright. That is literally the easiest way to get hit.
And not others. Take it to these three absolute morons to state their intention to steal my property on video.
And during this video, Ethan reveals his master evil plan Z that ended up trapping a couple of streamers who believe they.
Also, my favorite thing about this is when people are online going like, oh my god, it's entrapment, Their only thing that is entrapment is when a police officer does it. Police entrapment is a thing. A civilian doing entrapment is not a thing. Like it's physically not.
They were saved under copyright.
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist? They couldn't avoid the
Still kind of
temptation
impressive that he
watching
did
it
this,
the
not gonna
second
lie.
it was published. Watch the entire video, add little to no commentary.
See, this is as much as a lot of people hate it when streamers pause the video to make a rant, or like hate it when like they like pause it to do something else or pause it to like go on. With all due respect, H3 looks like the lobby man from iCarly. That's diabolical. That's diabolical. Bang. That's diabolical. That's all I have to say.
Watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. Now, the thing is, there were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. There's one thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish. Well, I'm
honestly,
happy to tell you guys now.
I didn't know that. I thought you could file for copyright at any point. I didn't know that you apparently needed to file before you even publish it. That was something that I learned from this. Which I just thought it was interesting to point out. Like, you learn something every day.
I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hassan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress.
Followers of this topic are focusing on the factors of fair use. Under the Copyright Act, there are 4 factors provided when it comes to determining whether a product is fair use or not. The 2 specific factors being focused on are Factor 1 and Factor 4. Factor 1 states, the purpose and character of the use, including whether such use.
Yeah, this is the hard part to prove with streamers is like educational, because sometimes with a lot of time with streamers, they'll try to bring in facts and other means of information from the perspective of a streamer or someone who has to like be careful of the copyright laws as a whole, and they'll try to give that, and that's how they argue transformative, like, hey, I was giving this extra added information, hey, I'm making comments, I'm adding my opinion as someone who works in the industry, that's why it's transformative. And that's where like you get a lot of people being like, oh, it's transformative what I'm doing. But you got to be careful, because you actually have to add something. You actually have to comment. You actually have to like, you can't do like the I'm gonna say it. You can't do the Hassan special of, guys, I'm gonna play the video, I'll be right back. Listen, chair reacts aren't real reacts. That's all I gotta say. I don't know why I walked fully out of the room, but like like it is my biggest pet peeve when like streamers do this, because like it's gonna get you hit and it's gonna affect other streamers, not just yourself. Don't be that person. Don't be the person that ruins it for everybody else because you decided you had to go take a piss and you couldn't walk away for your stream for 1 minute. You could all they had to do was, guys, I'm gonna head to the bathroom, I'm gonna pause this video and just, holy shit, bang. Is that a novel idea? Like, is it really that hard? Is that really that hard to just like pause your fucking video, go somewhere else? Like, Not like genuinely I'm tweaking.
use is of commercial nature or is for non-profit educational purposes, courts typically focus on whether the use is transformative. That is, whether it adds new expression or meaning to the original, or whether it merely copies from the original. In my personal opinion, I don't believe Ethan has much of a case.
Wait, pause. Hold up. What the fuck is this dude's profile pic? Like, it looks like Thomas. Wait, no, Diesel is like the engine from Thomas. I just...
Case here, at least with Factor 1 of fair use. The specific video that Ethan is suing Denims over is her reaction to content new Kassan Piker. The original video is 1 hour and 42 minutes long, while the reaction from Denims is nearly 4 hours long. The additional time itself displays Denims was adding at least something to the original.
Yeah, but the only problem is in that Denims video, she mentions that her objective is to not add views. I'm pausing the view and speaking. He's probably gonna bring it up.
Content. However, it is entirely possible there could be a case made here, since copyright laws do not have a set in stone number for the duration of the added material or how much of the original can be shown. Denims does offer her own commentary and does offer criticism. I mean, sure, most of her input is as vapid and empty as her head, but she does offer one of the examples provided under fair use. However, in the same video, Denims also plays the original material in its entirety and goes to the bathroom while the video is still playing. I mean, we can look at this and call her out for offering the bare minimum, but I don't know how well this would actually hold up in court. Even so, this isn't the main reason for Ethan suing people like Denims in the first place. It's less about the reactionary content itself and more so the intent behind the reactionary content. While I don't think Ethan has much to go off with Factor 1, it would seem like he definitely has a case with Factor 4. In assessing this factor, courts consider whether the use is hurting the current market for the original work, for example by displacing sales of the original, and or whether the use could cause substantial harm if it were to become widespread. Luckily for Ethan, Denims...
I think honestly, I think the most damning part about this is her viewer count during her react and then her viewer count normally. That is the most damning part, because from what I've heard, apparently, because I think she averages like I heard it was like 500 to 1,000 or sort of like average stream. And the big killer is during the react of this video, like when it was live and when she like watched it. Apparently she hit 56K. Apparently. I don't know how true that is, and I don't want to like say it's fact when I don't have the exact screenshots or numbers or whatever. But if that's true, that is like certifiable evidence that like she was getting money, views, content. She was getting all of this from this video. And her intent was to like get these viewers, get this like people watching her instead of going to the video.
Using all 2 of her brain cells, flat out admitted the purpose of her reactionary video is to serve as a replacement for the original, garnering viewership so people won't have to watch Ethan's video.
If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here. Because I'm going to be honest, I did not want to watch that by myself.
Here's some quotes from Denims. We're relying on you to stay live.
I just need to lower this because all that was showing was her
yeah,
cleavage.
I'm just gonna lower
myself.
It's coming out today. I'm going to stream it.
I'm gonna be honest.
That's the only reason he has a case that he can go after.
Lawyers, and while funny, laughing about delivering generational wealth to his lawyers probably isn't a very good look for those he wants sympathy from or to see him as the underdog. But at the same time, I do enjoy
it's pretty funny.
Smug assholes like
hold up.
Put in her place. It's also fucking.
I'm just gonna say it. That part was pretty fucking funny. Like him lighting up a cigar with money going, I'm creating generational wealth for my attorney's family. Like that was a little diabolical. He added that in for like an extra punch. This is kind of, I'm sorry, it's kind of funny.
Hilarious to me how Denims set up a GoFundMe to sue Ethan Klein.
Can I just say this? I have seen the pages for the GoFundMes. Why have they picked the most diabolical photos of Ethan Klein? Like, why? Why not like post a sad photo of yourself to try to garner sympathy? Oh, probably because I can't garner sympathy.
Klein took it down after realizing she didn't have a case, while promising to refund her donators, only to set up another GoFundMe after Ethan announced that he's suing Denims. I thought you admitted you could self-fund your own defamation case against Klein, but apparently you still need $100,000 from randos online. I'm
Damn.
sure their intentions mean well. To add on to this crazy...
Wait, pause,
insane
wait, I missed
skills
that.
Online, I'm sure...
Yo, these two comments are diabolical. Who the fuck? Alex, Craig, come on, boys, damn. I'm just gonna say Alex is a menace. Somebody lock that man up. That's it.
Sure their intentions mean well. To add on to this crazy, insane sexual drama, Hummus Pickles decided to...
Wait. Yo, what the fuck did he just call him? No, I need a repeat on that.
Sexual drama, Hummus Pickles...
Can I just say, from the videos I've seen online, the amount of people that are coming up with different like insults for Hassan's name it's a level of creativity.
Decided to insert his opinion in the matter, and I guess he's been talking to Denims more because the lack of brain cells from this React video is truly a sight to behold.
Apparently there's a second content nuke that is I guess the hit the timelines.
I mean, it's not a content nuke. I don't like physically like he labels his content nukes as content nukes. This is just the aftermath. This is the radioactive aftermath.
He's launched a lawsuit against Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron. Now, a lot of people watched his content nuke. I don't know why he only sued those people. I mean, I watched his content nuke as well.
Now, you're probably thinking, okay, Diesel, Hassan is making assumptions before the video, and then he'll find out the real reason why Ethan is suing streamers like...
Nope. Bro sounds slower. Slow. Which is weird, because his voice doesn't normally sound like that. I've seen other clips of him talking, and he doesn't normally sound like that. Also, can I just say this? This is another thing that bothers me about some streamers. Why the fuck do they have their mic this close? They're literally sitting here talking like this, making love to their mic. Why? You don't need it that close. Like, physically, you don't need it that close. It takes 2 seconds to set up your mic in a way that you can have it, like, up and back here, away from your face enough that you're not just, like, tongue punching your mic. Indeed, the quagmire. Giggity.
Like Denims. Well, that would make sense. Instead, Hassan watches about 20 seconds of Ethan's video, continuously fails to understand the reason behind the lawsuit because he refuses to watch the video, and, placed on your bingo card, goes off on some fucking tangent about Israel and Palestine.
I don't even know if this will work in his favor, but I don't even know if this was like a masterful gambit from the start. Like, I don't even know if this was like a setup, because it doesn't make sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make... I genuinely need like that explained. How does it not make sense? In order to be able to file copyright like this properly, you need to first have copyright. What did I join to? I'm reacting today. I'm doing React content. We're React Andying today. Yeah, but like, I don't understand it. How he filed a copyright patent. He then uploaded the video. People reacted to the video and then mentioned how they were purposely trying to steal views. I don't know what's so complicated.
Because on the one hand, why would you admit that you were doing entrapment? Like, you wanted people to go react to your video. You said you wanted people to go react to your video.
Ethan's not a government official, so the entrapment defense wouldn't be applied in court.
Thank you! I'm glad somebody brought this up. I haven't seen this enough. I haven't seen people bringing up this entrapment. Entrapment is only something like government officials can do. Like, I think that's really important that people need to set up.
You can say it's a dick move all you want, but it doesn't serve as a dispute against Ethan's case.
Asmongold's reaction got millions of views and he barely said anything in the reaction. Yeah, I suspect that Asmongold...
No, that's a bullshit lie. That's a bullshit lie, and I know this because I've seen the, I've seen some of Asmon's reacts. They are usually, I'm saying this usually, not always, double the length of the video. I say that because I have, like, you click on his videos and it's like, damn, this is a, I was like, he's reacting to like a 2-hour video? No, the thing is like 45 minutes long. I'm pooping on company time and saw figuring out what to do. Oh shit, did the shit not update? Oh, okay, never mind, it did. It did. It should say React Andy, and React Andy sends stuff to the Discord server. It says that, right? Hold on, let me add a comma. It did update. Beauty. Might have been an old announcement. Oh, are you talking about like the Discord announcement? Because I did have that as the stream title before. Also, hold up. I do need to BRB, and I'm not gonna pull this on. I gotta go take a piss. Okay, I'm back. I mean, yeah, earlier we were bang. Damn it, I was off on that one. I was talking. We were looking at game announcement trailers. But you guys, you know what? I feel if we're having a React Andy Day, we have to have a true React Andy Day. And what is a way that I can truly call myself a React Andy? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I'm starting to hit Twitch's peak. Let's go, guys. It's just some grilled chicken and Greek salad, you know? Let's hit this. I'm a true reactor. I'm truly getting in like in the mind space.
Cole's reaction was, I mean, not as transformative, but certainly complimentary, which is precisely the reason why he doesn't have an issue with that. Interesting stuff.
Well, if you actually bothered to watch the video instead of just wanting to hear yourself talk, Ethan explained why he's not suing streamers like XQC, Asmongold, and you, while targeting these three.
Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose...
I feel like he wouldn't have as much of a case with other people as he has with, like, Denims and the other ones. Like, I know he's just, like, he's throwing up, like, the reason like that, but, like, on God, I don't think he has a case with anyone but those three. Purely because they mentioned how they were taking away views from him. I think that's the big thing.
Of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never...
Right there. That right there. If I remember correctly, the content newt is only about an hour and a half. Hold up. Actually, let me pull this up so I don't... How long is the content nuke? Contact Nuke is an hour and 42 minutes. He added 2 hours. He added almost 2 hours to the dot to the video. That's impressive work. The fact that he could yap for that long. Like, that's... I mean, he's probably got a lot more insights that he's able to add. Because, one, he's been a streamer for a really long time, and then two, he's a large content creator. He knows how to, like, probably avoid situations like this, because he's probably, one, was around during the Master Chef React days. And avoiding that was probably key.
Never sue them just for doing that.
The main point is that people like Denims admitted to using their React stream as a replacement for Ethan's video, which is in fact not fair use.
The reason why I wanted to talk about this is specifically so that you guys go and show support to Denims, Rogan, and Casey Tron, because obviously he has a ton of money, and he's going to use the ton of money that he has to bully other content creators who don't have a ton of money. And
I think this is mainly hilarious. Mainly hilarious. Because I'm pretty sure it's shortly after this that Hassan also calls Ethan broke. I'm like...
to win some kind of public opinion battle. That is partially the reason why he went after Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron. These are people who get insane lines of attack, and most people don't choose to defend them.
So, just after watching 20 seconds of Ethan's video, Hassan makes up a narrative in his head and believes this is enough.
Real quick, though. That's funny if it were true. But, like, this right here. I lost my train of thought. Shit.
20 seconds of Ethan's video, Hassan makes up a narrative in his head, and just after
insane lines of attack, and most people don't choose to defend them.
Okay. If most people don't choose to defend them, why? Ask that question. I always ask that question when shit happens, or shit's going on, or people are getting attacked. Why? It's a very simple question to ask. Very simple question to ask. And it gets you a lot of information. Like, if I see... Like, not too long ago, there was a YouTuber who reviews cartoons, and he was under attack. And I was like, damn, this is crazy. This YouTuber that reviews, like, cartoons is getting attacked. Why? Well, apparently there was an exposed doc calling him... Not an exposed doc. There was a YouTube video that got posted. I think it was calling him, like, a pedo or, like, something along those lines. And, like... I was like, oh, damn, that's crazy. Went to go watch the video. No screenshots, no evidence, no nothing. And listen, I will gladly condemn someone for stuff like that. Just give me something. Give me something. Give me the justification. Give me the justification for my hate.
So, just after watching 20 seconds of Ethan's video, Hassan makes up a narrative in his head and believes this is enough to support these three creators. Amazing. The one time watching the entire video and
Same reason people hate Tectone with all allegations with no proof. That's my thing. It's like, I've got no problem hating someone. I got no problem joining people in throwing shit. I've done it with everything. Just give me something. Give me something, and I will hate this person. Trust me, I will join in whatever like hate wagon there is in game. I don't know if I can get banned for saying shit like that though.
shutting the fuck up would have been beneficial for you. Hey guys, I don't know why these people are being sued, but Ethan big Zionist meanie, so I support everyone to donate their money to help out with their lawyer fees.
I don't know what the goal here is.
I mean, it's just gonna go in his pocket.
Right in my fucking face. Oh wait, it is. Guys, I don't want to talk about this topic anymore. This will be the last time, guys. No, seriously, that's how he ends the video. Not even looking at 90% of what he's talking about in the first.
Wait, you're telling me this dude made all these claims, all this shit, didn't even watch the video? That's crazy work. That's crazy work, dude.
First place, only to then end it out of nowhere. He wants to half-ass his review of people like Ethan because he doesn't want to give him the attention, only to cave in and talk about him once more, since Hassan doesn't want.
What does that commenter say? Can this please be the last coverage? Can we block all words related to this? Please, please, please. They have history? They do. Because I just want to say, I don't know anything about this situation. All I know is, like... Damn it, I thought I had food on the fork. I saw a bunch of this shit pop up on my YouTube page, and then I watched a bunch, and I was like, damn, this is crazy. Because, like, I do know about, like, Child Protective Services getting called on, really long history? Oh, shit. Because, like, I'm not gonna lie. I don't watch H3. I don't think I've ever watched H3's content. I know back in, like, I want to say, like, 2016, 2017, he got into, like, some sort of, like, legal trouble due to reacting to someone's content, and was able to prove that it was... like his watching of it was transformative, which I don't know how true it was, but he technically won the court case, so obviously it was ruled in his favor, so. During the H3 and Hassan debate, there was a debate between these two? I kind of thought these two were like no contact with each other. That's, from the way it sounds like both of them like don't talk to each other. So I'm actually surprised to hear that there was a debate.
Want to give him the attention, only to cave in and talk about him once more. Since Hassan is hesitant when covering Ethan, he fails to understand the basic reason behind Ethan's actions. Either don't talk about him, or actually give time to the topic.
I didn't grab a knife, I grabbed a fork. Wait, that's how it ends? Jesus, dude. That's rough. That's rough. It was a debate of Ethan making good claims and Hassan making claims as a gotcha moment. And that didn't make sense. And then it ends with Hassan yelling that Ethan is a racist. Listen, I feel like if it's a debate and it ends in one person just yelling at the other person, clearly something went wrong in that debate. Because, like, I don't know. Just yelling at someone repeatedly, like, just kind of, like, I feel like it disproves whatever sort of, like, not really, disproves, but it kind of just tells me that you're not, like, you're walking into that debate not willing to have any sort of, like, back and forth. You want to go into that debate just to yell at someone. That's it. A debate isn't just yelling, like, it's... I think I actually had this conversation with one of my university teachers, A conversation is when both people calm and relaxed have a back and forth where through communications they can either reach a common ground or one person can learn and grow. A debate is where two people go back and forth in a heated topic in a respectful manner, and at the end of it, both parties walk away with something. Something. And then finally, an argument is when two people just yell at each other about something they're passionate about, and it devolves into no longer like information sharing, and it just becomes insults being thrown or like belittling another person. 3 levels of a conversation. 3 levels. Talking, debate, arguing.
If you're somebody who is offended by the
Hey, whoa!
title of this video, I will kindly ask you to
Chill!
please consult the graphs. I don't think there's
What did you send me, Spy? What did you send me? Oh, fuck. You know what? I'm changing. I think I've got to change it. I'm gonna change my on Kick's end. I'm gonna change the age of account requirement in order to talk. It's got to be at least a day old. I don't know many people who actually had a Kick recently or started with a Kick recently, or sorry, have had a Kick for a while. God damn! Like, what are you starting me into? Also, for people wondering how you can like send me a clip to react, just because I think I have links banned on every platform, YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. You can always head over to the Discord. We got some chill people in there. I'm gonna try to host something in the future. I don't really know when. I don't really know what. But in there, in media, you can just drop shit. Like, upload links, videos, what you want, put it there so that way I can also grab links and spit them into the thing. Because once again, hold up, I need to do this. This is someone's video. This is someone's hard work. They put time and effort into this. I'm just some dipshit on the internet reacting to it. Please and always go support it. Once again, all you have to do, open the video, click play, mute the tab, let it run. Maybe you hit like if you enjoyed the video. I'll let that upload to all the platforms slowly and surely. And we'll continue.
Debate to be had anymore. The FNAF games have been on a rapid, steady decline when it comes to how scary they are.
Okay, I was gonna say his quality. I was gonna say from what I've seen of the new game, it does look pretty good, but speedrunners have already broken the shit out of the game because they took like a 4-hour game and dumped the speedrun down to 4 minutes, which is hilarious. Like, I'm sorry. When your game has an average playtime of like 8 hours, and some motherfucker named Tim on the internet can dumpster your game to be 4 minutes in length, you've got to fix something. Something is broken that you have to fix. I'm all for speedruns and I'm all for glitches, but that's aggressive. It does, especially with like the little animatronics. It kind of feels like Ouroboros. So FNAF was a thing. People got inspired, made other games, which helped inspire probably playtime, which now FNAF is starting to take inspiration from. I mean, it's good. I'm glad this happens because the more you have this sort of like evolution of games, the more you get to share ideas. Don't be like Nintendo. I'll say this as a Pokemon fanboy. Don't be like Pokemon. Don't be like Game Freak. Don't be like Nintendo. And try to patent mechanics, because that just holds back other games. It's a shitty thing to do.
Since all the rage is just mascot horror for all the pants-pissing babies out there. I have been a big loyal FNAF fan since the first game came out in 2014, but now I'm 18.
I will say, When I played FNAF as a kid, I shit myself. Not literally, but like that shit was scary. I couldn't play it. I also couldn't beat the game. I did it on a stream a few years ago, but you've got no proof.
And I matured a lot, so of course, not everything that scared me when I was young is still gonna scare me.
That's
I was
true.
7 years old, and to think that I was scared that Bonnie would come out of my closet to tickle my feet till I died it's just silly. I matured a lot, and I'm afraid of real.
Hey, listen, we were all scared of the demons going after our toes. We knew they were freaks. That's why you always had to have the blanket covering your toes. Not an opinion, that's a fact.
Threats, like Withered Chica coming out of my closet and tickling my feet. If we look back at the graphs that I asked you to consult, we can clearly see that FNAF 1 is pretty scary. Scariness, in my opinion, peaked in FNAF 2 because Withered Chica gave me night terrors, and so did the Puppet, and Golden Freddy, and Toy Bonnie, and
I'm gonna
angle in the minigame where the
I just wanted that off my screen. Also, ads are coming up here in 9 minutes for my Twitch boyos. If you guys don't want to see ads, I recommend Twitch Turbo. If you watch a lot of Twitch, you skip all ads, and the creators still get the money from the ads. One of the best ways you can support creators by letting ads run. Or actually just watching. It's just a fact that if you watch and you're there, hell, you don't even need to, like, type anything. You can just sit there and watch, mute the tab, walk away.
Yes!
Thanks, Spy, for the follow, for the sub. Good shit. I was gonna say follow, but
Spy19244 just subscribed.
Fucking
STFU.
right. Yeah, there we go.
a child is stabbed. FNAF 3
I got
takes a
my sub,
dip,
I'm happy.
and I think that's generally agreed upon. FNAF 4 is pretty dang spooky, and so is 5, but we see a statistical downfall from here on out.
Yeah. That was me pulling the redhead in Star Rail. I wanted the redhead.
Spiking up a little bit at the VR game, but honestly, the only thing that made it scary was the fact that it was in VR, because if you play the flat desktop mode, it is like the least scary thing you will ever experience. And if anybody ever tried—
Nah, pause, hold up. Playing a game in VR feels so much different than playing a game on desktop. This is coming from someone who's played VR chat, that has played quite a few games now in VR, and then tried to play them when they have a PC version. That shit feels like an entirely different game. And oftentimes, worse. Ooh, that's what I wanted to mention about the new FNAF game. It feels like it's supposed to be a VR game from what I've, watched. 100% Resident Evil 7 VR is crazy. The new FNAF game, based off of the way it sort of functioned, it looks like it was originally designed to be in VR.
tries to even convince me in the slightest bit that security breach is scary, I'm gonna have— It's honestly absurd to me that there's a whole huge generation of FNAF fans that have never really experienced those classic Gary's Mod and SFM videos, but
Those existed? Feel like I just took a drug? Damn straight, who laced my chicken? Like, what the fuck was that? I'd never watched them. I didn't know that was a thing.
I'm craving something good.
What the fuck is this person's problem?
Craving
Sorry.
some good Five Nights at Freddy's content. So what do I do now that the well of spookiness has run dry? Well, I turn to the fan. I turn to the fans.
The fan?
FNAF has one of, if not the biggest fan game community out there.
I will say, there is actually quite a few, really good FNAF fan games. But my problem with the FNAF fan games mainly lies in the fact with goddamn all of them play like FNAF 1 or 2. The exact same shit. Over and over again. They never have their own fucking unique gimmick. And it's starting to piss me off. Add something new!
Dozens coming out each day of varying quality.
yo, what language is that? Lumpty has a good gimmick? Yeah, well, it's like, there's the exceptions, but like, for the main thing, a lot of them just do the same bullshit. A lot of them just do the exact same bullshit. Also, what does that say? What's that language? Anybody know? Anybody know? Kick, YouTube, Twitch? Anybody? Also, is that supposed to be a play on Big Chungus? Oh. Also, just so that way people can see. Five Nights at Aceland? You. No. 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 Don't. No. Yo, the day like, if I become a popular enough content creator that someone makes a game, I swear to God, if it's a FNAF game, I'm punching my monitor. On God, promise.
But some of them are the cream of the crop. You know, the top dogs, the prime
fucking Sunshine music, hell yeah.
Examples is Juniors, a fan game that came out in 2022, which is absolutely absurd. I swear to God I played this last summer, but I guess it was 3 years ago. But Juniors has some of my favorite model designs of anything ever. The animatronics are actually pretty similar to the real.
I don't like the faces they're making. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of those.
Old animatronics of something like Showbiz Pizza Place, and I highly recommend checking it out. This game had an aesthetic. Why is it spelled like that? This game had an aesthetic that was unmatched to any other I had ever seen before. Everything was so impressively detailed and put together.
See, like,
quite honestly,
pause. This doesn't read this doesn't read to me like a FNAF fan game. This reads like it's its own thing. Like, they got inspired by it, but they've got enough mechanics here that I can see just from watching. This doesn't feel like a FNAF game. But a lot of the fan games for FNAF just feel like someone went, FNAF, but with a reskin.
It lacked in the scary department, you know. I was spooked here and there with like jump scares, and the final night was like incredibly tense. But it's nothing that plagued my thoughts. Now, a good fan game can still be good despite not being utterly terrifying.
No, that's true, that's fair.
Nailing the visuals and the vibe. But a fan game has been going around recently that is a bit of the opposite. Like, it lacks detail and fine-tuning and any visual appeal, yet this works in its favor to come off as something really fucking scary. Like, it was sending some chills down my spine, not to
okay.
not to overglaze it or anything. No, this is the weird FNAF mobile port.
What the fuck is that?
Game was inspired by a video with the same name by someone named Unclium. I don't know who made the game, sadly, because I got this from a MediaFire link from a Reddit thread that installed a BlueStacks application. Go show some support to Unclium because the video is super cool. And before I roll the footage of the gameplay, I have one thing to say.
Yo, why is that a thing with some content creators, that they purposely find the JPEGs with like fake, fake clear backgrounds? This was inspired by FNAF ransomware as well. So what you're telling me is that MediaFire that he downloaded, surprise, he's now got someone on the other end of his computer going like, what are you doing there, buddy?
Thank you for watching. Oh my God. Misfortune snuck up on you, and you've been dragged down to hell. As you make your way through the dark, you find what you initially think to be a safe... Okay. You soon find out you are not. There are 4 hungry monsters down here.
Yum,
They
yum.
haven't been fed for a long time, and will do whatever it takes to eat. Hold
Okay.
off on their attacks, stay alert, and survive until 6 a.m.
Pause. If they're in hell, how does he know it's 6 a.m.? Sorry, I'm nitpicking.
Is there any noise? Is there any sound in this game?
Damn, they really just, like, you know when I said they ripped FNAF? I didn't mean it like this.
There is no sound in this game.
Oh, maybe
There we go.
Unmute it.
I got it. Oh, I hate this. Oh.
Yo, this noise just sounds so crunchy. It sounds so crunchy. I don't like it. So the story of this game is supposed to be a cheap knockoff? Okay.
Do I have power?
Never mind, that's pretty good then.
This is wicked.
They're leaning into it very heavily.
The hallway.
Wait. I don't know if you guys could see it because I'm in the way. Pause. Let me move myself. Freddy on some shit. He smoked something.
This is... The hallway
Ready to
is
an edible for the
reminding me
first.
A lot of
Yeah. Freddy was told that at the party they were microdosing. They were in fact not microdosing.
Oh, she's gone. She's right there.
these hallways are reminding me a lot of PT, Silent Hill.
I don't like these noises, actually. Yeah, I don't think I have power. Hi, Chica.
What? I was like, why did he add that sound in the background of the video? No, that's just in the game. Okay, you know.
Excuse me? I don't
Alrighty.
know what got me. Sorry, I'm drinking my peach kombucha. It's very
Peach cum?
Okay, but what got me? Was it Foxy? I don't know what killed me.
Actually,
is she gone already?
Foxy isn't usually active until night 2.
Bonnie's gone.
I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, the title translates to Five Nights in Hell or something like that. Oh.
Oh, I do not like that. Whoa, whoa. Oh, oh, oh. No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh, can you only have one door down at a time? Chica is there. Okay, Freddy. I don't know what that means.
He tried to close both doors, but he couldn't close both.
That means Foxy, I guess.
Yep.
Oh, it makes sense because it plays a "You are a pirate."
Bonnie on some
So
shit.
when I look at it again, it's really not that scary. We good? Try to make sure to keep it. Whoa. What?
No. That's your voice when you guys. Hey, there's a fine chick behind us. Don't make it look, but don't make it obvious.
So I heard the laugh and I didn't know if that meant anything. And I didn't know if that meant anything.
When you tell your buddy to look but not be obvious. Yo, she got feathers! Wow, that was...
Are we okay? I think we're fine. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright.
He didn't check both doors. God.
I'm telling you.
This idiot doesn't know the strategies, guys. He doesn't know the fucking meta. God damn.
This is the one. I got you all on lock. You know, this might be better than anything that, like, Scott or Steel Wool has put out in the past, like, 5 years. Maybe not 5 years. 5 years ago was 2019. Actually, did the VR game come out in 2019 or 2018? I forget. The VR game, the first VR game was probably like the last good
My thing is he doesn't have a power.
Steel
He doesn't have power bar, so like he can just keep one of those doors shut.
Boink, boink, boink. Hi, hello.
Yeah, I like the first VR game. Oh, you little stinker.
Oh, you little stinker. You little stinker.
Oh, that's freaky.
I don't like that.
This is definitely like scarier than anything that's been put out. You know, the last time I was like, what was
I don't know
that?
about scary. If it's based off the FNAF mechanics, that means Freddy's moving.
That, in fact, was not the one. Okay, so I'm gonna assume when I hear the little...
Let's go!
The little har-har, I have to look and see which side it says I'm coming, and then hit the door. This takes a lot of dexterity, it seems.
Yo, I'm predicting this game's movement. I'm so good. I'm a gamer.
It seems like the AI of these animatronics is a lot more unrestricted than the ones in, like, FNAF 1.
Yeah. Well, I'd hope so.
There's a lot of pattern in the FNAF 1, but, like, they're just deploying at random times.
I don't know if I'd say random. He just hasn't learned the
You're
pattern.
there already. Wow. Yeah, see, he's moving fast. But also, that's something I don't mind, because A, it makes it a bit more...
Pause. I wonder if in this game it's supposed to just be... Here, click this unknown link from a Russian site and download this game. I'm not doing that. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. If someone in my chat was like, yo, there's this really dope game, go download it. And then I clicked on the, like, I like went to the page they said to go to, and it's some hyperlink on a Reddit page. And they're like, trust me, it's good. I do not give a fuck. I'm not touching that shit.
More challenging? Well, a lot more challenging. And B...
yeah, downloading the game would be more scary.
Okay, it's this side. It's this side. Whoa. Hey. That's not fair, because Chica's there, isn't she? Oh, no, she's gone.
She gone.
Hey, but I did it. I successfully...
Listen, like, if I wanted to download malware onto my computer, there's easier ways to do it. That's all I'm saying.
Did from Freddy. Okay, he's coming from this side. Boom. I'm a genius. Oh my lord. He really is.
There's a moment in the game. Fuck, that's loud.
Oh my lord.
I'm gonna
Oh
sit
my
back up.
lord.
Enough laying back.
Oh my god. This is really stressful. Hey, Route 2 AM though. This is... Oh my god. The thing about Foxy is that there's no indication, like, of when he's gonna come out. It's just... It suddenly happens. It suddenly happens. They're gone. Bonnie's gone. That isn't fair. That is not fair. I had Chica on one side and Foxy coming to the other. Look, this is done
Sucks
well
to suck,
from
buddy.
a design perspective, like a visual design perspective. And I think it is intentional that some of the gameplay is super unfair because it's supposed to mimic like a weird ransomware port, some weird thing that's supposed to give you a virus, you know? Hi. You have very beautiful eyes. Okay. Man, he really just sneaks up on you. Whoa, whoa. What? Okay, Freddy's over there now.
His eyes should be only on 4A and 4B. only on 4A and 4B. I already know the strat. Couldn't make that face my profile pic out of nowhere.
You cut that shit out.
Not bad. Damn. Like, it's not physically loud, but it's still loud.
Okay, Freddy's over there.
Is this literally just like... Hold up. Is this just gameplay for the rest of the game? FNAF Marathon when? Hell no. Bros like me for real for it. Get near the end for the switch up. I feel like we're almost there. I was wondering, I was like, I feel like we were getting commentary about like a really scary game and then just swapped into gameplay for like 10 minutes. And I was kind of getting out of it. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I will say, hold up really quick. I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna fill my water bottle because I'm out of water. But if you guys haven't followed yet, I recommend hitting the follow button. Much appreciated. Because it does let me know you enjoy the content. It does know you enjoy my dumbass. And then it'll also let you know whenever I go live. Because I'm pretty sure Kick, YouTube, and Twitch all have a notification bell that you can click to let yourself know when I go live. Or you can join the Discord where I always post live notifications on when I'm going live. You about to pull out a knife? Follow me or else! Alrighty, I'll be back. I'm just gonna go fill a water bottle. Oh, I'm back. Told you I'd be quick. Bang. Alrighty, back to the video. Right away. No wasting time. I want to see this switch up that Spy's been hyping up. Yo, can I set that to my donate button? Every time I'm a BRB, this is gonna pop up randomly. Donate! Donate to me!
Excuse me? No. Fuck you, dude.
Oh god. Is that the switch up that you were so happy about? Is that what you wanted to show me, Spy? Huh? Was that everything you hoped for? Ace had this 7TV emote. Oh wait, this is gonna pull up. No! What's that shit? I need to pull that up on the other web browser. Okay. I thought I had pants grab. Hold up. I have to remember how to do this. Okay. Hold up. Do we want wide pants grab? Pants grab? Do we just want the standard pants grab? The one I sent is the standard. Okay. There we go. That should be added. Yeah, that popped up. There you go. Are you happy? Was it everything that you hoped for and more? No caps, no caps. Emotes don't need caps. Is there anything else that people want added while I'm sitting here? Hold up. Can you add 7TV to like kick and shit? I don't know. I mean, sure, why not? How do I... Emote sets. Enter this emote set. Edit. Capacity 250. I don't know how to add permissions. I'm dumb. I'm a streamer. You have to explain this to me. Oh. Ah, here we go. Editors. Is it just your usual fading? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Admin. 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 You're getting admin. Yeah, that's the usual. I literally just copy pasted it from Twitch.
What was that?
That's really weird. Hold up. My, I need to check something because it broke. Because Stream Elements, or, yeah, like, Streamlabs should work with the 7TV. I don't know why it's not right now. Better, yeah, it's enabled. Let me see if I go in and I reactive order cam audio model chat box. Okay. Now theoretically, if I type in pants grab, there we go. Now it's popping up. We're good. I fixed it. I'm so good at this.
The cameras are broken.
Oh.
This is really scaring me. This is really freaking me out, man. So this is like one of the most unnerving FNAF things FNAF fan games I've ever played, including mainline FNAF games actually. Because like I remember the last one to like actually scare me, like scare me. Was probably sister location. What? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Damn!
This is hurting my ears really bad. Hi, guys. You're all What is that? Huh.
Huh.
Well, I would, hold on, let me take another sip of kombucha. I'd say that's a victory. Okay, so apparently what happens is you just go back and forth with this thing. Like you can see tiny glimpses of it in the door. Yeah, see, you can see like right there, little phases of it, little flashes. That means it's on that side. And that's like all you do until you reach 6 a.m. Yeah, like this.
What do you mean bust a move? No.
Cool. Oh, this. Yeah, this is from the original video.
He's got that last second. Hey, it's not actually ransomware. I'm just saying it's not ransomware. I swear. Alrighty. What else did you freaks want me to say? Marvel vs. Capcom video, document. I'll pass on the documentary. Or darkest moments on TV. I don't know about that. Imagine? No. I don't want to do that. Bro got it off Reddit. So there's definitely that, yeah. Left ear Mozart, right ear Chinese. What do you... Oh, no. Dear Lord. Alrighty. Okay. All that's left is the rise and fall of Corpse Party. I know what Kaz is talking about. Oh, dear Lord. Don't make me do this. No. Now I'm just debating on, like, these other ones. Because I don't know about watching the darkest moments in TV history. Number 5. Sorry. Anytime I hear, like, a title that's, like, top 5 darkest moments in TV. 12 hours of silence randomly interrupted by metal pipe. No, Kaz, you're into some weird shit. I'm just gonna say it like that. Is Nick Crowley? He's diff. I swear to God, if you say he's different and it's some deep ass voice dude going, top 5 scariest moments in TV history. Number 5. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I will. I swear to God.
Now, which of these ways would you choose to reveal your secret crush on someone?
Hold up. As always. This is the video we're reacting to. It is someone else's content. They put time and effort into this. I understand that he's just ripping TV moments and then talking over it. Damn, 38 minutes. But please click on the video, give the video a view, have it play in the background muted so that way this person's getting that watch time, getting that view, getting that click. It's really important that we do this. Because I don't want to be a thief. I'm not a content thief. Please go watch the video. This is safe, right? YOLO!
It's March 6th, 1995, as taping begins on an all-new episode of The Jenny Jones Show. The program was essentially a
Now he doesn't have that deep ass voice. You know what I'm talking about? Like I swear every dark every dark moments or not even dark moments, but like a lot of like top 5 YouTubers have like incredibly deep voices in it. It's like a corpse husband, like yeah, chills type voice. But like this dude doesn't have that. He just has a very calm voice.
Talk show centered around everyday people caught up in unusual.
You know what this does remind me of? This reminds me of the people that do video content. I'm trying to remember the video. That go over like analog horror. That like they'll discuss like the entire like content history of the analog horror video. Like, oh, here's this analog horror series. And they'll like just discuss the timeline and we'll be like, go watch this. Now, these are some seriously and obviously dark. Wait, so like, hold up, wait. Nothing too bad? Okay.
Circumstances, which made for an entertaining yet often questionable program, with the showrunners doing everything in their power to make the content as shocking and sensational as possible. And this episode was set to be no different. The segment centered around 6 people, each of whom had a secret admirer, who would be revealed for the very first time here on the show, with the most compelling of the group by far shaping up to be 24-year-old Jonathan Schmitz. Like the others, someone had a long-standing crush on Jonathan, but was too afraid to tell him.
Ooh.
And upon hearing of this, Jonathan hoped in the back of his mind that it would be his longtime ex-girlfriend, who he had a newfound interest in marrying.
Oh, brother, going to your ex. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that. I don't know, you know? I'm gonna get you on this show. So what you're saying is I should, make sure I don't look at my, my emails. Don't look at it. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for the warning.
Though he was in for quite a shock.
Real one.
The twist in the episode was that Jonathan's secret admirer was actually a man named Scott Amador. The two were actually good friends, though Scott had never once mentioned having any sort of romantic interest in him, due to the fact that Jonathan was straight, and had never given any sort of indication otherwise, setting the scene for what was surely going to be a shocking reveal. A reveal.
Why would you do this? I pulled up Oyatsu's channel on 7TV. What did you add? What did you add to my 7TV? Where is it? Where is it? It'll show up in chat.
That the crowd just couldn't wait to see.
B, would you tell the person in private in case he rejects you? Or C, would you tell that person that you're gay and you hope he is on national television?
Oh, no, that's right. This is also national television. Dude. Why would you do this to yourself? Like, genuinely. Why would you put this on national TV? I don't understand. Like genuinely, like, hold up. Aside from all that, so many of these things that, like, do national TV shit, why? Why is your first thought, like, I want to make this public? I'm not gonna lie, I might have to. We'll have to go through these emotes and get rid of a lot of the Genshin ones because I don't play Genshin Impact, and I haven't for years now. Confessing a crush on TV is crazy, especially if this is. I don't know. No. I think the crazy part, not coming out the gay part, is crazy. I think the crazy part is you are asking someone who you know is straight out on national TV. Like, if there was ever hope of, like, getting someone to do that, to experiment, national TV is the worst place to do that. They are already going to be uncomfortable being on that show. And now they have to basically either be like, yeah, you know what, I'll try it out, or, like, reject you. You've put them in the most uncomfortable position possible. There is no way in hell I'm saying yes.
The host, Jenny Jones, starts by talking to Scott and a mutual friend, inquiring as to how this crush began in the first place.
I want you now to meet Donna and Scott. Now, Donna has been helping Scott pursue his secret crush on John. John's backstage. He can't hear us. How bad's the crush? Tell me about the first time you met him. Where was
I got, yeah, that dude was in it.
Well, he was under a car, working on her brake line.
Yeah. And that was your first time? What was your first impression?
Oh, XDX, that's a good email.
Lower half of him, so you can imagine.
Before she begins to dig even deeper, pushing Scott to disclose as much graphic personal information as possible, just to make things that much more entertaining.
No, pause. That's one thing that I have an issue with on a lot of these TV shows, is they push and push and push. Because they're in their mind, this is TV, this is content, this is. They have that, like, toxic, like, streamer brain where it's like, oh, this is content. I smell content. And it's like, oh, yo, chill. These are real people. Breathe.
And his answers did not disappoint.
Okay, you think about you have fantasies about him?
I've had a couple, yeah.
Yeah, you had one he's under the car.
Her job is to be no, her job is to be entertaining, not annoying. There is a difference. There are TV hosts out there who do a great job of getting information out of people, but not in an annoying pressure way, and they make sure that people aren't oversharing or sharing too much. But a lot of these hosts just try to get anything and everything out of a person. That's what I'm talking about.
Car, you had a fantasy about it.
Yeah, something to do with, like, brake oil line snapping and...
Like, asking someone about, like, a dream about it. Don't, why? You'd be like, hey, when did this start? Blah, blah, blah. Get that generic information. Why are you asking about what he's, like, you dreaming about this, dude? You dreaming about this? Tell me about your dreams with him. That's weird, dude.
You have another one that involved, you were in a hammock or something? Tell us about that fantasy.
Yeah, I thought about it. Tying
Whoa!
up to my hammock.
With all of Scott's secrets now out in the open, it was time to...
Okay, one, the fact that she was digging, and the fact that, one, he already told her, so she already knew about this. Damn. That's crazy.
Bring out the man himself, the object of Scott's affection, who had absolutely no idea what he was walking into.
Let's have John come out here and see who has the crush on him. Here's John.
That is a dude who is also not interested. They are friends, but not close friends. They are acquaintances at best. He gave him the side, he gave him the shoulder and didn't even go in for, like, the boom. That man has negative interest in the other dude. Like, not even, like, romantically speaking. Like, we are talking, this is someone that is like, oh, hey, dude. Like, they're not on bad terms, but this dude definitely thinks he's weird.
This was the pivotal moment of the show, the big reveal, and perhaps overcome by the
I would have ran that back.
ratings that she assumed this would bring her, Jenny Jones could hardly wait to blurt out who Jonathan's admirer truly was.
Did you think Donna had the crush on you?
Did I? No, we're good friends.
Well, guess what? It's Scott that has the crush on you.
You lied to me.
Oh, yo, no. Oh, shit. Okay, so that's bad. Which means he already confronted this dude about it as well. That's not good. That's not good. Yo, when it starts with, "Oh, you lied to me." I don't. Damn. Okay. Okay. No.
Jonathan's reaction was certainly one of shock, but the host wasn't quite satisfied, having one more trick up her sleeve in order to garner an even stronger reaction. As she gives the producers the cue to replay Scott's segment, where
Oh. That's. Ooh, yes. Yo, I'd throw hands over that. I'd throw, like, if I was talking to someone and I had mentioned a girl I had a crush on, and then I was like, they're like, oh yeah, you like it like that, and be like, I was going in on it, yada yada yada, and then they do something like that, brother. Ooh, brother. Ooh. Oh god, I'd lose it. I would. That would be the like most fucking angry I think I could get. Like, imagine that. You're talking about how much you like this girl. You're sharing some, like you're kind of doing the boys thing where being like, oh, yeah, I take her on this date. And then we do that. And you then reveal that? God, you're asking me to get punched in the face. I'm sorry. To be fair, that's TV. That's not TV. That's some rat shit. That's not TV. That's rat shit. On God. I do not care. It was like a personal... He said it to the camera. I guess that's fair in that sense, but at the same time, they didn't need to do him like that. Does it show up? I'll do it later. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't show up on like this chat, so I don't really care. It does show up in Twitch, but like,
he discussed his fantasies in depth.
Before we talk, take a look at, we'll show a little playback of what Scott said about you, John. Take a look at that monitor
right
down
here.
there.
Well, it entails like whipped cream and champagne, stuff like that.
And from here, the segment comes to a close, with Jonathan reaffirming that he is in fact straight, thus dashing Scott's hopes of ever dating the man.
Did you have any idea that he liked you this much?
Yeah, like this, it's already bad. You're already getting this person to confess on national TV. Don't do him dirty like that. Like, it's an added thing that doesn't... You're getting your content from this person confessing their love to someone on national TV. You're getting this dude confessing to another dude that he's gay and he wants him to be gay for him. You don't need to twist the knife. Twisting the knife was unnecessary. That's so aggressive. Why on... producers, like, I'm not gonna lie. Hold up, pause. This had to go through a lot of people, and each one had to be like, yeah, this is a great idea. You would go through her going like, yeah, I'm gonna give a thumbs up to the producers to do this, and then the producers had to go, yep, this is a good idea. I'm gonna give it off to our tech, and then the tech guys had to go, oh shit, do I follow this? Do I get fired today? No. Like, at no point in that chain of like 3-4 people did anyone go, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe, just maybe, this is going to create a villain, and this is going to start some shit that we aren't prepared to handle. Because you got to think, the worst thing you could have happen on TV is have someone blow up in a way that you can no longer air this. Or, worse yet, they make a scene while on live TV that stains the TV show's reputation. Those are the two worst things that can happen on a TV show. So the fact that they went poking this bear to this degree is crazy.
No.
Can you tell us what your status is? Are you involved with anybody, or?
No, but I am definitely heterosexual, I guess you could say.
Leaving the two to head off stage and deal.
Ooh. That cheering also probably didn't feel good. That cheering did not feel good for him.
With the messy aftermath of a revelation like this, done on a stage like that. But despite the obvious awkwardness, it actually seemed like both parties took it pretty well, with Jonathan even taking Scott out for dinner that very night to smooth things over, where he again stated that he was flattered, but just not.
That is a respectful dude. I'm very impressed with the way he handled that. That is a solid, he didn't need to take him out to dinner. He didn't need to do any of that. He gave the rejection. That's all technically he needed to do. Good on him.
Not interested.
But it's gonna go dark, isn't it?
However, this civility wouldn't last long.
Yeah. It's on this thing for a reason.
Okay, calm down, okay? Okay, why did you do that?
Now that's all unnecessary. That's... Ooh. I don't know what to say to that.
Okay, I want you to calm down. Okay. Okay, I want you to try to calm down. Okay, can you tell me again why you shot the man?
I don't know what he's saying. That's a fading. That is a diabolical timing to add the yikes emote to 7TV.
Though he didn't say it at the time, the truth was that Jonathan was left shaken and embarrassed by what had happened on the Jenny Jones show.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that the program at this point hadn't even aired yet, it was weighing heavily on his mind, just knowing that it would soon be seen by
No, it's the best timing. All right, everybody, guy. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. Ooh, They let that bitch simmer.
By people he knew, and this feeling was only intensified due to the fact that Scott was seemingly not taking no for an answer, leaving a note on Jonathan's door just 3 days later.
Capital Y in the
writing,
yikes.
If you want to turn this off, you'll have to use a tool. It takes a special tool. This note was his breaking point. The moment Jonathan read it, special tool, writing, if not taking no for an answer, leaving a note on Jonathan's door just 3 days later, Scott knowing that it would soon be seen by people he knew. And this feeling was only intensified due to the fact that Scott was seemingly not taking no for an answer, leaving
No, brother, no. Why? No, that is the weirdest thing you can do. If you ask someone out and they say no, take it like a champ. Don't do this. Brother, you.
leaving a note on Jonathan's door just 3 days later, writing, if you want to turn this off, you'll have to use a tool.
No, because that is so fucking ominous. Why would you write that and put that on someone's door? Why? That is not mentally sound or okay. Like, who the fuck does that?
It takes a special tool. This note was his breaking point. The moment Jonathan read it was the moment he made his mind up. He was going to kill Scott Amador.
Because, like, not only have you dragged this dude through the mud in the most embarrassing possible way, confessing to him, knowing that he's fully straight, on national TV, in a time, well, because, like, when was this? When was this? Jenny Jones and stuff. Because judging by this TV quality, we're talking about, like, 1990s, I want to say, like, extremely early 2000s at the latest. This is probably a time where it's just starting... People are just starting to realize that it's okay to be gay. Like this, they would do that to me and call it a prank. Yeah, but fades. But there's a difference there. Yes,
he left his house right then and there and purchased a shotgun, which he used to break down Scott's door, approaching the man and firing 2 shots at point-blank range, both of which connected, killing Scott instantly. With his mission accomplished, Jonathan sped away from the scene, calling the police shortly after and confessing to everything, stating his sole motivation for doing this being the humiliation he felt from Scott's own confession on that TV show, as well as his continued flirtation despite Jonathan's obvious disinterest.
No, you gotta take the no and like there's a difference between like getting a no and then trying to like I would say it depends on the no. If someone says no, I don't know you well enough, start trying to get to know them. Start building a relationship, like a friendship, so that way it can possibly go. But if they say no, I'm not into you because of like, oh, you're not like, oh, I'm not into dudes, or oh, I'm not into chicks, take that and walk away. Like,
Though clearly this was no excuse to kill, and as a result, Jonathan was arrested and given 22 years in prison, from which he was released back in 2017.
Yeah, you gotta respect
Due to the fallout
that
from
shit.
this episode, it was pulled from the lineup before it even made it to air. But today, the full recording can be found across the internet, giving us a look at the stage on which a killer was made, and a scene that has now become...
No. You can't say the stage that a killer was made. It was not this moment that he decided to do that. We already know the moment that he said that he did. If this was... He would have been fine had that note not been placed on his door. The note was the breaking point. Don't try to twist it. It was the note that was the breaking point.
As one of the darkest moments in television history.
That's fair to say. I guess, yeah. No, because there's also the point where it's like, you think he like would have been okay had it like had it not like kept going on. You know? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just, why would you keep on going? Dumbest moves possible.
The internet is a dark place, and lurking around every corner are companies trying to steal and exploit
The
our
note
data.
pulled the trigger, but that moment
recommend protecting
with the
yourself
golden chain.
online
Okay,
with Aura,
yeah, I
a
guess
sponsor
that's
of today's
fair.
video. One of my
Damn!
all-time least favorite things in this world are spam phone calls and spam texts.
I'm not gonna lie,
They range from mildly annoying all the
Hold
way
up,
to
I'll let this-
incredibly dangerous if you end up clicking on one of those sketchy links. And the unfortunate truth
I'm gonna let the
behind why
ad
we
play.
receive
I'm gonna
so
let
many
the
of
ad
these
play.
phone calls and texts is that big companies just
I'm
can't
gonna
keep
keep
our
the
data
watch
safe.
time going.
Or they can and they just don't. I talked in a previous video
With
about
his
this just
hairstyle? I used to have that hairstyle. I really didn't pause that on a flattering moment for him. I don't think I did any better, but like, I thought about it going back to that shorter hairstyle. I will say, a lot of other dudes have told me go back to short hair. A lot of girls have told me to keep the long hair. A lot of them been like, "Yo, keep the long hair." I'm like, "Oh, weird." I don't know, like why like dudes are like, "Nah, get rid of it," and some chicks are like, "Keep it, keep it, keep it."
keep our data safe. Or they can, and they just don't.
Honestly, I think I just want to get it
Previous video
trimmed
about
and get it
how
like
AT&T was involved
cleaned.
in a massive data breach where 70 million of these users had their social security numbers leaked onto the dark web. And if you thought that was horrifying, a few weeks ago they announced that the
Honestly,
stolen
I might
logs
just get it
also
trimmed and get
contained
like the back of my
records
neck
of every
cleaned up,
number those
just so that way
customers
like,
ever texted or called.
because when you get
Meaning
the
that
back of
even
your
if you
hair
don't
cleaned up
use
like that line
AT&T,
there,
you were likely
when you get that cleaned, I feel like you're able to cool down a lot more. Like life's not as hot.
still affected by this breach, whether you know it or not. And for that reason, most of our phone numbers are just floating around out there, being accessed by the worst scammers. So what can you do to protect yourself? Well, Aura is a great option. They're an all-in-one digital protection service that gives me alerts every time my phone number or any sensitive information of mine has been compromised. I also get things like transaction monitoring, a VPN, antivirus, a password manager, parental controls, and identity theft insurance. And best of all, I get this in one app at one affordable price. Aura is honestly a great service that I recommend to anyone out there using the internet, which obviously includes you if you're watching this video. And personally, I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches. And if you don't want to either, go on over to aura.com/Nick Crowley, where you'll get your first
Hey,
2
use this
weeks
code because I don't got
completely
codes on
free, which
anything.
I've also linked down below in the description.
Or hear me out, have common sense and keep yourself informed of current scam tactics. Yeah. That's true. That's true.
号的晚上，一家人正常入睡，到了5号凌晨，意外发生了。
5点半早晨，我醒了。我醒了的时候，你不在。
He had nowhere else to turn. It had been 11 long excruciating days since 55-year-old Shu Guli had last seen his wife, Lai Hueli, who had vanished from their apartment in the dead of night. So now, desperate for help tracking her down, he took to the local news stations, putting out a public plea for any information that could help bring her home. Her disappearance occurred on the 4th of July, 2020, which also happened to be their daughter's 11th
See,
birthday.
this missing
To celebrate,
cases,
she
shit
made
like this is actually kind of unsettling because it's like, just imagine that, like being in that position and you just wake up and the person that you go to sleep next to is just gone. That's got to be terrifying. Like, did she leave? Did someone come in and just like, yoink? Like, what happened?
Family a special meal, including his daughter's favorite, meatballs, cooking the entire recipe from scratch, even grinding the beef at home. The dinner was supposedly a success, and to finish things off, Lai and her daughter enjoyed a tall glass of milk poured by Shu before the family turned in for the night. Hours later, in the dead of night, Shu woke to use the restroom, and upon getting back into bed, he briefly watched his wife as she was sleeping peacefully next to him, before he fell back asleep. He would never see her
What's the
again.
twist? What's the twist?
24 hours later, Lai Hueli was officially reported missing, and a full-blown investigation into her whereabouts was launched, which is where things begin to get strange. When police searched the apartment complex, they noted a large number of security cameras positioned all over the property, both inside and outside of the building, making it all but certain that Lai would be seen in the footage at some point leaving the apartment, which would at least give investigators a timeline as to when she left.
No, don't tell me he killed her and then
The
hit her
footage
body.
first shows Lai and her daughter taking the elevator up to their apartment at 5:04 p.m., which was presumably right before their meal. From there, over 6,000 hours of footage would be
I got a feeling
reviewed
like it's
frame
gonna be
by
one of those
frame,
cases where
though
it's like,
strangely,
ooh, he
Lai
killed
was
her.
never pictured again. To investigators, this was impossible. The cameras covered every single possible exit, and it was
Yeah.
shown that not a single route would have made her completely undetectable to them, which quite simply meant that she could not have left the building. She had to be somewhere inside. And so they searched everywhere in that complex, from the unit she lived in to the AC vents, the water.
I wonder, does this complex have one of those like laundry things, like that you can like open it up and slide down? Is this gonna be like one of those horror things where it's like she was in the laundry chute?
Water tanks, storage units everywhere. Though still, they found nothing. Lai was gone, but at the same time, she clearly hadn't left. It was no wonder why Shu felt so helpless in the situation, and fearing that they were reaching a dead end, he began what essentially became his media tour, as he attempted to get as many eyes as possible onto the case in order to help find his wife.
徐先生说，7月5号凌晨12点半，
Actually, you know, hold up. I was kind of craving like something to snack on, but chat, I gotta say these things are bangers. Now, if you don't know what these are, oh, I just hope I'm gonna recommend these, but you know, I hope you aren't allergic to peanuts. These are like, yeah, these are peanut butter filled pretzels. They're good.
他起床上洗手间的时候，妻子还躺在身边。到了清晨5点半，床上就只剩下
These things are so good.
我也没在意，对吧？
您当时为什么没在意？
发生了这个很正常。
之前有没有发生过这种情况？
没有。我女儿怎么办？我的生活怎么办？啊，我老婆什么时候回来到底？是我都不知道。现在
The cheese-filled ones?
女儿叫起来了，因为女儿在隔壁嘛。叫起问了她一下，我说你妈妈有没有看到？
They're doing the classic like scary like background.
她是没看到，当时也没怎么在意，反正早晨出去嘛，就是那么继续自己的事情。
These media appearances began to happen numerous times a day across essentially any station that would allow him on. Though even when this failed to garner any leads, he kept the pressure on the public, this time by announcing a reward of 100,000 yen for anyone with information that could help lead to her discovery. Meanwhile, investigators kept digging, searching the area again and again, but still, it just wasn't adding up. There was no way out of that building that hadn't been thoroughly checked over. Well, except for one.
That was the TV station. Oh, they added that music.
It was likely a last-ditch idea. One of the investigators had a hunch that they should check the community septic tank, as that was really the only place that hadn't been thoroughly picked over yet. And so dozens of trucks moved in to sift through weeks of raw sewage. They searched for 25 hours within the grime, filth, and unbearable stench, until they found something. It was an unusual gooey mass that no one could seem to identify, and
I'm eating, man. What the fuck? I'm still gonna eat. Nah, my family's talked about worse at the dinner table. I've had full steak dinners talking about weird shit.
wanting to know more, they brought the substance back to the lab for testing, only to discover that they had essentially just solved the case. They had found Lai. Or at least what remained of her.
Ew.
Despite the story Shu had told investigators and the media, things didn't actually happen the way he said they did on that
I fucking knew it, he was the killer.
Fateful night. Instead, the couple had actually gotten into an argument after Shu had cut his hand while preparing the meatballs, to which he blamed his wife for the injury, causing the two to have a verbal spat. This was
Seizure
supposedly
alert,
nothing
motherfucker,
uncommon
goddamn!
for the pair, as the marriage had allegedly turned sour years before due to financial strain, meaning that this was far from their first fight, though it would be their last. When Shu handed his wife and daughter their milk for the night, each tall glass had actually been laced with sleeping medication, with the drug immediately taking effect and knocking both of them out. And with the house now silent, he smothered Lai with a pillow, thus ending her life. But if this was the case, then how did she end up in the septic tank? Well, Shu had a plan. He had previously purchased several large butcher knives, which he used to cut his wife into smaller pieces. However, this still wasn't enough for him, as he wanted to make sure that every trace would be discarded in the most effective way possible. And so, he turned to the kitchen, and more specifically, the area he had prepared the meatballs in earlier, before proceeding to place her remains through the meat grinder.
No. That's gotta be a death sentence. That is diabolical. No. Brother, what? How do you do that? How do you, like, what part of your brain breaks to let you do that? Like, where in God's, like,
Turning Lai.
Why are you doing that? Why is he putting this video footage on there? God damn.
Flesh that he would then methodically flush down the toilet over the course of many hours.
This point's... Yeah, like... There's a level of psychopath that is required for you to go, I'm gonna, like, no divorce, no, like, marriage counseling, no sort of, like, trying to fix the issue. Nah, this motherfucker's like, I'm gonna drug both her and my kid. He didn't even just drug her. He drugged his kid as well. So you're like, fuck it, I'm drugging both of them. And then on top of that, you're going, you know what? I'm gonna cut her up. And then you get the fucked up thing where you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna put her in the meat grinder. there's something in his brain that has to be like disconnected. That's like, there's like the empathetic side of his brain just isn't there. Doesn't exist. That like compassion part of the brain died at some point, somewhere. Yo, and then you gotta realize, he went on national TV and was begging for people. Flush the chunk down the toilet for the next few hours. Yeah, like you do all that. And then on top of that, you're like, I'm gonna, instead of trying to like make it quiet and just refile a missing persons report and be like, hey guys, where's my wife? Where's my wife? No, you're gonna go to national TV repeatedly. Fuck out of here. Death sentence. Death sentence.
正常入睡，到了5号凌晨，意外发生了。
Death sentence.
我醒了，我醒了的时候你不在。
Despite playing the role of a loving husband and even a victim across his television interviews,
Death
this man had
sentence.
actually not only killed his wife, but desecrated her remains in a horrendous fashion. And looking back at some of his answers, it's honestly not all that surprising.
一个人他出不去的，按他的智商，老实说，我这么多年了，这跟他走夫妻了，哎，对他了解，他是出不去的，就是。
As a result of his crimes, Shu Gulai would be sentenced to death, with his execution
Fair. Good judgment. Good judgment.
being set to happen in the near future.
I don't like this.
September 27th, 2007, cameras document an unfolding protest in Yangon, Myanmar, as thousands of people take to the streets to express their displeasure with their government. The demonstration was part of an emerging struggle later known as the Saffron Revolution, with tensions having risen in the month prior, when the government made the decision to remove subsidies on the price of gasoline, thus causing gas prices to inflate overnight by over 60%, throwing the economy into instant turmoil. In response, this Saffron Revolution began, which was largely spearheaded by the monks of the region, who all preached a peaceful protest, believing that the government would soon come to its senses when they saw that their citizens were unified against them. However, the government showed no signs of letting up. In fact, on this day, they had actually begun taking offensive measures, going as far as to arrest hundreds of monks in response to their picketing. For the residents, this display was shocking, as they struggled to understand how their own government could jail these religious figures. But they had no idea just how much crueler they could get. As the demonstrators marched in the street that day, a line of officers announced that they had 10 minutes to go home, or else they would face dire punishment. But the crowd refused to back down, being intent on marching on to let the world know just how serious they were.
Damn, that's crazy. That's a peaceful protest. No cars on fire, no nothing. Peaceful protest.
And with neither side willing to budge, the officers began to fire their weapons, first into the air as a warning, and then directly at the protesters. It was a massacre, with the official death toll being 10 innocent civilians, while others on site that day posited that the number was likely much higher. The footage is disturbing on its own, but there was another layer to this ordeal, one unexpected variable. A man named Kenji Nagai.
Oh no.
Nagai was a journalist from Japan with a lengthy track record of reporting on situations in dangerous, even war-torn countries, building up an impressive resume in the journalism community. And during the Saffron Revolution, he was visiting the region with his camera to document the events firsthand, as he had done with so many conflicts before. Yet despite having so-called special protection due to his journalist status, Kenji never made it back home, with Myanmar officials reporting that he had accidentally been struck in the chest by a stray bullet, making him the only foreign casualty in this ordeal. The revelation was obviously heartbreaking for his family and for the entire country of Japan, who strongly condemned the slaying of Kenji, as well as the slaying of the other protesters. But still, officials in Myanmar asserted that this was all just an unfortunate accident, a classic case of
There's gonna be a change up that they did it on purpose.
But this was only the beginning of the story. Days later, the Japanese media would receive a video recording of the bloodshed that occurred on that notorious day, when the streets of Yangon turned into a one-sided battlefield. And the contents were alarming, to say the least.
逃げ惑う群衆を追いかけるように響き渡る数発の銃声。この時カメラは倒れ込む半ズボン姿の男性を捉えていた。
The footage shows a crowd of people desperately running for their lives, when in the corner of the frame you can see a man dressed in white, holding a camera as he falls to the ground. It was Kenji Nagai, and he hadn't tripped or even been shot at this point, but instead, he was seen being pushed by a soldier who now pointed his weapon at the man who was now lying helplessly on the ground, and fired a shot directly into his chest, leaving him there to die. Following this, a separate photographer on the scene managed to capture an image of Kenji moments after the attack, and in the photo, Nagai was still holding onto his camera, documenting the carnage around him, as he laid there bleeding to death.
That's crazy that this dude got shot and still kept on filming. Wow.
Having taken a bullet directly into his heart. The revelation was shocking for a few reasons. Most obviously, it disproved the initial claims that Kenji Nagai had been shot by a stray bullet, as this was clearly and quite literally an execution. But it also showed the entire world these harrowing yet inspiring images of a fearless, passionate journalist who continued documenting the battle around him, even as the life left his body. With his
Gold-hearted journalist, not gonna lie. Yeah, that is a man with dedication.
Corpse being shown minutes later, still holding on to that camera. Which leaves us with one burning question. What happened to that camera?
Please tell me someone got a hold of it.
Kenji Nagai had quite literally given his life to capture the images on that device, and with the man being so close to the action, it was likely that whatever was on that camera was incredible, and perhaps even showed his execution up close, which could give more details about how exactly his passing came to be.
Come on, please tell me this.
When his body was returned back to his family in Japan, that camera was nowhere to be found, despite it being in his hands when he passed. Had it been left behind? Was it destroyed in the carnage? Well, it wouldn't take long for these two questions to be answered, as more footage of the event would soon emerge, again on Japanese television. The clip appeared to show one of the soldiers responsible for Kenji's death going in and physically prying the camera from the dead man's hand, and from that point on, it had never been seen again. And with that, one of the most unique lost media searches of all time was underway. And this wasn't an example of lost media that's better off staying lost either, as Kenji's own family was desperate to get this camera back in order to showcase his final images to the world. And so they put out various requests, pleas, and even started a petition begging the government of Myanmar to turn the camera over, assuming that they were the ones who held it in their possession.
It's gonna be the dude that killed him that had the camera on him.
Years, nothing ever came of their pleas. In fact, not only did the Myanmar government refuse to give it up, but they continued to assert that Kenji's death was nothing more than an innocent accident. And for many years it would remain this way. Until, out of nowhere, a full decade and a half later,
Aicha will officially hand over the camera.
They did not just do it like it was casual, like, yeah, here's the camera, guys. No. That's disgusting, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you?
A press conference was held with the family of Kenji Nagai as the camera was finally returned to their possession. The story of how this camera got back to them is almost entirely a mystery. A group called the Democratic Voice of Burma was involved in some capacity, though they credited an unnamed individual as the catalyst behind its recovery, with many believing that this person had likely stolen the camera from the government and smuggled it out of Myanmar. But aside from the speculation, no further information was provided, which was probably done to ensure the safety of the individual involved. And despite having no confirmation as to where this camera had actually been, the family finally had it in their possession after 15 long years. And they've actually gone on to release bits and pieces of the footage from that day to the media, which finally gives us a look into some of Kenji's final moments.
Damn. I feel like this is honestly kind of unnerving. Like, genuinely, like, this is... Wait, hold up. But this isn't top 5 darkest TV history. Like, is it... I guess this might have been shown on TV eventually. But I was just like... That
Moments
would
after
break
pointing out the
me.
military that had moved
As
in
a
to quell the
parent, that would have
protests,
broken me.
Kenji was executed by one of those very soldiers.
I hope
It's
that
unclear
person
how
rolls
much
in
more
their grave.
footage was actually on that camera. But
Whoever
for
the one
time
that did that, I hope they roll in
being, this is all that's been released to the public, and it's likely to remain that way forever. Today, his family hopes that this footage will help highlight the fact that the problems in Myanmar are actually still very prevalent, with the civil unrest continuing to lead to the deaths of hundreds, even thousands of people per year. As for
Damn.
many of the citizens, the battle rages on. Though in a somewhat poetic fashion, the recovery of Kenji's camera actually brought the situation back into the news cycle, meaning that even after his death, Kenji Nagai continues to make a difference.
Damn good. I don't think I'm going to watch any more of that one. If you guys want to finish the video, go watch it on your own. Make sure you actually give views to these people. I'm going to do as much as I can while reacting to still force you to go watch this shit. Go watch it. Okay, so now what do we want to... What else did I don't know if I want to do the Rise and Fall of Corpse Party. I don't know. Just because I'm not that much like of a horror streamer. Has a ton more videos that I recommend. Well, you heard that. You heard it from the person who sent in the clip first. You like that type of video, go watch it on his channel. He's got tons, apparently. Yeah. Honestly, if I was more of like a horror game player, I think I would do the Corpse Party video. But because I don't really do anything that's Corpse Party related, or just horror game related, really, it's a good video, more comedic too. Because it's honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Just me personally, I don't know about other people, specifically other streamers. I find it so hard to talk over the like when something's really dark and serious like that. That it is so hard. It is so hard to like sit and like commentate over that because it's what can you add really to that's transformative to that? It's such a serious thing. Not just a dude talking, it has his personality in it. Okay. Sure, we'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. The only thing I can really add to this video contains scenes unsuitable for people with photosensitive epilepsy, strong animated violence, sudden loud noises, and filled with absolute brim with spoilers. Watch the first 10 minutes if you're not a style skip. Fair. That's, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. We'll do that. We'll give it 10 minutes. And if I'm not really fucking with it, hold up. Wait. Same as always. Go watch the video, click the link, give it a view. If you're wanting to watch my reactions, which I'm actually shocked and honored, just have it going on in the background. Just like hit the play button, let it play in the background, muted. Get him that view, get him that like watch time. Because honestly, the most killer part is the watch time. With how often I'm pausing, I don't know if I contribute that much to watch time. But if you guys click on the video and then watch the entire thing, it's going to attribute to watch time. Even if you haven't muted it in the background. I do know that. I do know that trick. You've been warned. I'm not going to lie. Corpse Party was a crazy thing back in the day.
If it hasn't been made blatantly obvious by the topics I cover on the main channel and the games that I play on the second channel, the horror genre is a special one to me because horror games evoke a feeling that a lot of genres can't do, which is to instill fear in your tiny little heart.
I'm going to say, a lot of modern horror games don't really make me shake in my boots. I'm not going to lie. I don't really shake in my boots. I don't know. Some of them just I'm gonna be honest, some of them just don't do it for me. No matter what, it's always just like a eh.
Something pops up on the screen that shouldn't, and the poor thing just explodes. In recent years, though, it seems like the genre has gotten a little stale and
Why is it that it's so fucking often that I say something and then I play the video and that person says exactly what I just said? Why? We've had that happen like 5 or 6 times in these videos now. Like, what the fuck?
boring, especially in the land of the AAA. Name a genuinely good AAA horror game that was released in the last 3 years. Exactly, it's empty on my own channel. I will stand by the notion that the last good AAA horror...
Actually, yeah, what is it? Because I feel like the latest, a lot of horror games shouldn't fit in the horror category. They should be in the thriller. Like, you know how, like, back in the day, there used to be, like, horror movie and then thriller movies. I feel like a lot of horror video games nowadays are actually just thriller. Because I'm not gonna lie, Resident Evil Village, that is not really a horror game. I've seen gameplay of it. It seems more like a thriller rather than horror. I feel like they need to get rid of that horror tag on a lot of things and just swap it to thriller. Because I feel like if a game just has jump scares and it doesn't have that horror ambiance that makes your skin crawl, that makes you think of like Soma, that makes you think of like... fucking, what's the old horror game that PewDiePie used to play? The one that he got famous playing. Why can't I remember it? But like, you know what I mean? Like, they had a vibe. They had everything there. I mean, even the devs said it's a thriller game. It's a thriller, to be fair. It's fans that tagged it horror. Capcom literally said RE7 was too scary for some people. We wanted to bring it down. Cowards. Amnesia. Amnesia! Yeah, there's a few games that rightfully deserve their horror tag. But like, the latest, like for example, the latest FNAF games, those aren't horror games. Those are thriller games. If a game relies on jump scare tactics, it's a thriller. Maybe that's just my opinion.
A game that wasn't a remake was Resident Evil 7, and since then the genre has been cursed. Sure, there were a couple of games here and there released to the public, but most of them ranged from bad to mid. But why is this? I mean, it should be relatively easy to make a horror game nowadays. Just throw together some assets from the Unity store and then program in a jump scare and bingo! $1 million deposited into your account in approximately 30 days. But this is part of the reason why major horror games aren't released nowadays and has led people to ask the general public what it would take to fix the horror genre. The biggest reason as to why AAA horror games seem to be lacking lately can be boiled down to the fact that the common game enjoyer just doesn't have the attention span to last for a full 492-hour open-world MMORPG gacha horror game nowadays. Or maybe a long horror game can be decent. Just make a game so long that you forget it's supposed to be a horror game and then all of a sudden your heart is 6 meters away from where it's meant to be. Horror...
Jesus. That is some like early ass like Gmod animation shit there for a second. God damn. No, I still, my thing is like, if your version of horror relies on jump scares, that's not horror. Because oftentimes, like, that's like saying, I don't know if anyone used to play, like, the games with their friends where it's like, you would, like, go to punch them and if they flinched, it'd be like, what is it, 2 for flinching? I don't know if other people did this in, like, middle school and high school, but you'd, like, go to, like, punch your buddy, and as long as you didn't hit them and they flinched, you could go 2 for flinching, and then you gotta hit them twice, really hard. So Doki Doki! That's a good one! Doki Doki was one that didn't rely on jump scares. It relied on unsettling moments, taking music out at times, in order to give you that unsettling feeling in your stomach. Horror has more atmosphere heavy, where thriller is like chase or something. Yeah, kind of. I don't know, I'm so sick and tired of things getting labeled as horror and then all it has is jump scares, and I'm like, dude, this isn't like... If I'm sitting there playing your game like this, for 90% of the run, and then I go, oh, that's not horror. That's a cheap thrill. That's a cheap jump scare thrill. Fuck out of here.
Horror is a genre that's incredibly reliant on feeling something from the experience, mainly fear. If you come out of a horror experience without feeling scared once, is it really horror?
I do it again!
Or do you just have balls of steel? It's one of the reasons that I honestly think TV horror doesn't do as well as a horror movie. It's harder to get people consistently scared if you take them out of the experience for about a week before throwing them back
Rewatched,
in.
yeah, totally. I've already rewatched all of these videos. I watched them, like, Spy sent them to me like 3 days ago, and we were like, this is what's gonna happen. You're gonna go live, you're gonna say you don't know what to do. I'm gonna say react Andy. You've all been pranked.
Exception of anthologies and one-shots. This is also why one-shot horror games in the indie genre do so well. Now, in every video, I've mentioned that the indie horror game community does a much better job at curating a good horror game experience than the AAA horror game industry, because of the variety of games that are available to consume on pretty much a daily basis. For the price of one major horror game from a AAA developer, you
Shut up, Spy! Shut up, Spy! Shut up, Spy! Keep the illusion going, you fucking forehead.
Play 60 of them that would arguably scare you more on sites such as Itch.io. However, this wasn't always the case with the rise of the RPG maker horror genre of the late 2000s and early 20s.
Bangers. Bangers. When I was a kid, this shit had me quaking in my boots.
2010s. These games help to bridge the gap between lengthy games and the general horror experience. Most of these games being rich in story and chock full of scares left, right, and center. Literally everything in these games were out to kill you. But there's a game that I neglected to mention on purpose that has taken over my life for about 6 years. It's considered the godfather of the genre, the big boss, the great kahuna. Are you talking to me? Shut up, man! It's also a video.
I still gotta play Oni. I don't know that one. I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm really going to enjoy editing and post. Isn't that right, Theft? Thanks, prick. You're very welcome. Just one simple game managed to spawn a massive...
Dude, I already know those edits are so... That edit's probably gonna be horrible to do. Because you gotta pull up the editing software. Have that clip of that audio reading. Edit it, so that way you have the animations going with it. And then you've got to react to it in time, and then go back into that editing software. Add that clip in. That's just gotta suck.
It's a franchise from such a relatively simple concept. The game in question is called Corpse Party.
That motherfucker put Dead Celebration on the screen. Pause.
The game in question is called Corpse Party.
This motherfucker. Alrighty, well played, fair enough. My favorite game, Dead Celebration.
Corpse Party is a franchise that I hold very close to my heart for a variety of reasons. It was my gateway into horror games when I was just a lowly secondary school student studying for exams while pissing and shitting. My love for Corpse Party also coincides...
I'm not gonna lie. I might have to go rewatch it like a retrospective / like video on the entire story of Corpse Party again. I don't remember anything. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember shit about this game. I don't know why. I genuinely can't remember what the fuck happened in it. I just remember like the thing where it's like they're doing that like summoning bullshit scene, like the horror in the classroom, and then it goes wrong, and now they're trapped in like hell. He goes through it? Okay, I'll chill. I'll shut the fuck up.
My first experience with horror manga was when I found out about the Bongshon Dong Ghost manga when I was 12, and my school forgot to make sure that the students...
Okay, that's unsettling.
I found out about the Bongshon Dong Ghost manga when I was 12, and
that's what I'm talking about. That shit's not a jump scare. That shit scary.
My school forgot to make sure that the students were not admins, so I found the original link, set the recipients to everyone in the school younger than me, and clicked send. Yeah, I probably should not have done that. Was I damaged when I was younger?
Yeah, that's
probably.
good.
Anyway,
good shit, buddy.
Introduction to Corpse Party would have been via the PSP game that was released in 2012. But what if I told you that the franchise has been a thing for over 20 years? In fact,
actually didn't know that.
It's so expansive that it rivals Lord of the Rings and...
No fucking shot. What do you mean? This is everything Corpse Party related. Oh, okay, so this isn't just like the. So fuck though. It's kind of funny though. Not gonna lie, I got a good laugh. I laughed. I thought it was funny. Listen. If you don't have younger siblings, you might as well bully younger students. Am I right or am I right?
Harry Potter and Divergent. No, not Divergent. When it comes to the
Divergent. Why does that sound familiar? Pause. Divergent. It sounds familiar. Yo, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Was that the one that came out like back when like To Kill a Mockingbird, I think that's what it's called, came out. It was one of the other series that was like one of the series that it was not really related to, but like everyone compared it to. So they made a movie because it was, it had the same vibes. Like, or am I just wrong? I'm wrong.
Amount of content surrounding it. From just one
Bad
small
series?
game,
Okay.
it spawned a franchise spanning 12 games, several manga adaptations, an anime adaptation, and a live-action adaptation. Yes, you are not hearing things there were.
Yeah, I watched the anime first. That was a bad idea when I was a little one. Little youngin'. Little ace watching that. I didn't sleep for days.
2 live-action adaptations of Corpse Party, and in this video, I'll be going over the entire franchise. Even the live-action movies. Over the past few months, I've spent hours upon hours in this pointless journey to go through the entirety of the Corpse Party franchise through thick and thin.
Hey! It's Thana and friends! What's up, Raiders? How we doing? How you guys doing? I saw that you guys were playing Noin 2? I don't really know how to say it. Nor 2? You were playing something. The second one of it. But yeah, what's going on now? I guess I should introduce. Hello, everybody. My name is Familiar Aces. I am a variety streamer who occasionally VTubes. Because, Who Shaved the Chipmunk? God damn it. Yeah, I'm an occasional VTuber, occasional, Nitu? It's pronounced Neo? Oh, alright. Yeah. But yeah, if you guys don't know who I am, I'm some dipshit on the stream on the internet who usually is doing RPGs. We're having a React Andy type day. So if you guys want me to react to any sort of video, as long as it's TOS, but if it's on YouTube, we should be safe. You guys can always head over to my Discord, and then within the media, upload a link. I'll click on it. Right now, everything being fed to us today has been through Spy. So, if you're feeling like it, or you have some burning desire from you to see what I would think about your favorite videos of the YouTubes, go put it over there. Have you seen Sparkle on Raven? What the fuck on what now? Yeah, you know what? You have been cooking. The React Andy content, I'm actually surprised that it has been going as well as it has been. I thought, on God, that I was gonna get an hour into this and I was be like, I'm just watching the videos, I'm not really responding or anything. But no, I'm actually doing decent. I'm doing decent. I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted to pull up a documentary that I watched earlier last week on fuck, what was it about? It was like one of those like conventions. It went on about like a convention. No. It was about one person that was just like a scumbag. And it was quite interesting to watch. I do like watching those. The videos that are like, I want to say like content historian type videos where like they go over like conventions or an individual in like a community or space, and they kind of give you like that whole lore and backstory. Those are my shit. I watch those all the damn time, especially when they're like an hour long, because I'm like, ooh, we're about to get into the thick of it. This person's got lore. That's good stuff. Yeah. But if you guys, which channel should I? Media. Media. Yeah, I would say media. That one probably sounds like the best. Yes. Raiders, if you guys have to go handle shit, go do your thing. Go get some food, go get some water first and foremost. Ensure you are hydrated and well taken care of before we get back into reacting to the entire history of Corpse Party. What is this that you have sent me? I'm already concerned based off of that thumbnail, Thana. My first meal of the day? Yeah, get some food.
And believe me when I say that I have seen things. I have seen things mere mortals could not even begin to understand.
Oh yeah, if you guys don't know what Corpse Party is, it's an RPG horror, RPG Maker horror game back from like, I want to say like early 2012. 2012 is when it was released on the PSP, right? But I guess I don't know if people have seen like the PSP version or we'll continue.
This franchise is known across the interlands as one of the most gruesome franchises ever made, and for good reason. It's literally in the title, for God's sake, you're partying with corpses! After seeing how expansive the franchise is, I decided to go and play through all of it. Yeah, even Blood Drive, and those of you who are well acquainted with the franchise know how much of a chore it is to get through the game. I spent a grand total of 4 years working on this video, between waiting for games to release and going through several script rewrites and a lot of frustration. So hopefully the century-long wait between
We're
the
going
last
very
video and this
start,
one
so
is
this is
worth
early
it.
2000s.
But there's only so
Yikes.
many ways that I can describe the franchise as ew, gross! And I feel like I've been
He's not wrong. A lot of the scenes in this game are really fucking dark and like. I'm impressed if someone could play through most of the game in a sitting. I'm like, I feel like if I was playing, I would get hit by certain scenes and I'd be like, I'm gonna go take a lap.
a bit vague for too long, so I guess now is the time where I drop all of the crypticness and talk about the game.
Yes,
of course,
please.
They're going to be spoilers for the entire franchise, so if
Oh,
you want to
no.
experience it yourself without any prior knowledge, the door is over here. It's right here. Look, I've spawned one in. You can just walk right in. There we go. There we go. Now that those people are gone, let's commence our deep dive into the Corpse Party franchise, beginning with
Chapter 1. Let's go. Give me the lore. I want to know the entire story. Tell me everything right here, right now.
The year is 1996. The Nintendo 64 had just been released and set out to ruin the lives of several speedrunners that hadn't been born yet. DVDs finally launched in Japan and set out to ruin the lives of several mathematicians and scientists that hadn't even been born yet. And the mad cow disease hit the land of the Blighty. Our good friends over...
Wow, that was like... That was a lot for like a minute, Jesus. Woo! God, I had a flashback of like my early like childhood right there. You mentioned N64, Super Mario, immediately went into like old Gary's mod animations and then into like the pandemic game. Wow, okay.
ASCII went and released a program titled RPG Maker 98, also known as Dante 98. But
Yo, okay, wait, pause. Sorry. Small side tangent. At my work, we were actually selling an RPG Maker game for the Switch. You can have RPG Maker on the Switch, which I thought was crazy. You can make a game on the Switch for the Switch. Which...
The difference between this version of RPG Maker and the others was that this wasn't actually released on Windows. No, not even Billiam Gates had access to the software. He was permanently locked out and had no access whatsoever. Dante was released for the NEC PC 9801 home system.
The fucking what now?
In Japan. This machine emanated soul. Only the highest quality games could ever be released on this system. This was the RTX 3090 of the 90s. You try and play a game that required more than 3.5 pixels and... With the release of Dante, ASCII needed a way to market it to the masses, so they introduced a concept that will become synonymous with the gaming industry, mainly the current state of the horror industry, and that is the concept of game jams. To promote Dante, ASCII decided to publish a monthly magazine which went by the name of Login Softcom, which stood for Login Software company, where amateur developers could submit their games and have a chance to be featured. One plucky lad who went by the name of Makoto Kedouin submitted a game to the magazine on April the 22nd, 1996. The game went by the name of Corpse Dash Party, and it managed to get published in the spring 1996 edition of the mag. It didn't win the competition, published in the spring 1996 edition of the mag.
I do hear words in the background.
It didn't win the competition though, it got second place. Guess that means the game is shit then. Corpse Party took inspiration from a Capcom released horror game which went by the name of Sweet Home, released on the Famicom in 1989 and based on the Japanese horror film of the same name. Sweet Home can be considered the true godfather of the entire horror RPG genre, as that game influenced a lot of tropes that can be seen in Corpse Party and influenced the development of the Resident Evil franchise.
That's crazy lore! That's actually... What? Well, fuck, if you didn't already know that, now you do. That's actually really cool.
Which was actually supposed to be a remake of Sweet Home, my head hurts. You're going to see a lot of comparisons with...
No, that's... Okay, you know.
Sweet Home and Corpse Party, as a lot of gameplay and story beats are used between both games, such as the notion that if a character dies in the game, a version of them dies in real life. Similar to Sweet Home, you also begin the game in a party of 5, and you have the ability to switch between multiple parties split into 2. I'll get into that a little later. Anyway, upon the release of Corpse Party, it made waves across the small gaming community because unlike all other games released for the competition, this game was an RPG. With no RPG elements! Since technology was...
Yo, some of these memes, goddamn. They got that boneless RPG. Yeah, like flashback to when I said like a lot of games were inspired by FNAF that are now inspiring FNAF. See, this is why I want to like cut the hairs because it's getting a little long. Getting to the point where I could tie this shit in a ponytail. I don't know if I'll fuck with that. I don't know if I'll fuck with ponytail right now.
Wasn't incredibly advanced back then, going through the pause menu of the game will make you a little confused as to why and how any of the characters are even worried for their lives in the first place when they literally have magic. Because the game was developed with such a strict time limit of about 3 or 4 seconds, a lot of creative liberties had to be taken in this initial version of the game. For example, instead of the very long and convoluted story that the Corpse Party franchise is now known for, the premise was quite simple. A group of students, +1, have all gathered in a school after class, and as a punishment for being so much of a teacher's pet that they decided to stay behind at school for some after-school activities, they get transported to a haunted elementary school in a parallel universe, and now they have to find their way out. There was no...
Ha! You're cringe for staying at school way longer than you should have. Go to hell!
Yes, there was no ceremony. The story was as simple as reading the phone book backwards. While the game's visuals looked new and refreshing at the time, you could tell that the developer found out about the clone stamp tool for the first time because tiles and graphics are repeated everywhere in the game. Because of the tech and time limitations that the game had, the decorations around the school that the characters end up in look repetitive and boring. As such, when the game got inevitably remade 15 years later...
You know what? The devil in this history got ratted on by some kid and was just like, you know what? I took that personally.
As Corpse Party rebuilt, the developers focused more on the environment of the game as opposed to the gameplay outlined in the original. I've spent this long talking about the game without talking about the characters, so I guess I should probably do that now. Now let me address the big elephant in the room. Where are all the other characters that franchise fans have come to know and love for about 3 seconds before they disappear forever, never to be seen again? Well, obviously because of the time constraints that were placed on the original version of Corpse Party, there was no time to make sure that the game was optimized to have more than 5 main protagonists in the game at any given time. Any more and your precious NEC PC would have met a swift end. So the game gives you 5 playable characters, although I wouldn't say all of them are playable because the majority of the game has you playing the perspective of the team leaders once the split ends up happening. Maybe Kedwin jumped into the future and saw just how frustrating it is when you find a character in a cave in Pokemon and you're forced to let them tag along because you can't cancel the dialogue and you can't escape because you can't use your Pokemon to fly away because they can't carry more than one person. Anyway.
That's a crash out right there. That's a man turned demon right there.
In no particular order, I will list out the main characters of the original Corpse Party story. You've got Satoshi, by default the main protagonist of the entire franchise, and as such is the coward of the group, since he has to act as the stand-in to the audience who have absolutely no idea what they're getting themselves into. You end up playing as him the most—
Damn, chill! He's dead. Don't shoot him again.
In the entire franchise, which I'll get into later, and he is described as being a natural leader of the group. You have Naomi, the poster girl of the entire franchise. She exists in this franchise to suffer. I don't know what Kedwin had against people whose names are Naomi, and if he got bullied by someone called Naomi, then that would explain just how much suffering she goes under as the games go.
You know what? I feel like this dude likes this Naomi character, and because of that, he hates the MC. He's like, why's my favorite character gotta suffer? And this motherfucker's free! He's free!
Bye. She is absolutely a ghost magnet. There's Ayumi, the class president, which is already a red flag, and a big fan of the occult, which is an even redder flag. Remember the times when you were 14 years old and you just discovered creepypastas for the first time? Or maybe you Remember the times when you were 14 years old and you just discovered creepypastas for the first time?
It was Slenderman. Listen, I'll admit it. I was one of those kids. I was one of those kids that found Slenderman. And yeah. I still remember the original Slenderman. That shit scared the fuck out of me. But hey, it built character. That's what I'm saying.
Or maybe you watch my content, or these people. That's Ayumi. That's right, you are all Ayumi. Yoshiki is an imposter. No, shut up! I'm not talking about you. Yoshiki is the most interesting character of the entire original cast because he's actually the only one who goes through some sort of character development from the original to the PSP version of the game.
No, because I know I found Jeff the Killer through Slenderman. And then after that, it was game over. Because you want to know what I found? I found the SCP Foundation. Bang.
Like, look at him. You can't look at this and tell me this is actually Yoshiki. All the other characters are kind of similar to what people remember them as, but Yoshiki looks like a placeholder that someone who has 2 minutes to submit a PowerPoint presentation had to use as clip art for an anti-bullying campaign. Finally, you have Yuka. Moving swiftly on back to the gameplay and...
Yo, what's wrong with Yuka? Why you just pass her up like that? No info, no nothing?
The gameplay is just as you expect an RPG Maker horror game to play and uses gameplay beats that have become a staple of the franchise for future installments, for better and worse. For example, due to the time constraints, most of the puzzles in the game boil down to picking up an item and...
My man really really was showing her off and was like, and here's her. Alrighty, moving on.
Using it elsewhere, or flipping switches that change something elsewhere in the building. The game is fairly primitive and repetitive, but it was very story-driven. Even though it's not as elaborate as the later games in the franchise, the game quickly became a certified cult classic too. Another concept that will become a very important part of the franchise is the notion that the game has multiple different endings. Not as much as the later ones, of course, but Corpse-Party essentially graded you on how well you played the game, with an...
Why'd he put a burger? Why the burger? On God, real question. Why the burger? Just... Hey, man, maybe it's just me, and maybe I don't get it.
A rank being awarded.
You gotta eat burgers in a party? Well, if I want a hot dog. Maybe I want a hot dog at the barbecue. Or some, some ribs.
For making sure everyone's alive and well, a B rank for losing 1 member, all the way down to a D rank if you end up losing more. You killed 3 people in
Fuck you, filthy sock. Man, I'll fight you. In-game.
cold blood. F minus, see me after class, you psycho. Now if you want to play...
Pause, what the fuck?
Well, a B rank for losing 1 member.
There are 3 different epilogues based off of who survives the playthrough. Okay.
With an A rank being awarded for making sure everyone's alive and well, a B rank for losing 1 member, all the way down to a D rank if you end up losing more. You killed 3 people in cold blood. F minus, see me after class, you psycho. Now if you want to play Corpse-Party 98, you're completely shit out of luck. Again, because it's a certified antique. You get caught trying to run this thing and your whole house turns into stone. Worse still, no version of the game exists in English, so unless you want to go through the whole trouble of... emulation, you won't be able to experience the original Corpse-Party yourself. But the game ended up getting a soft remake in 2011 titled Corpse-Party Rebuilt, and this was made using RPG Maker XP, including things like slightly improved graphics and an edit to one of the endings of the original game. One downgrade that was made from the original was the
F for killing people, SMH, this is America. That only works as an America
The
joke.
fact that RPG Maker XP added a variety of features, one of the most revolutionary being the inclusion of a run mechanic. To compensate for this new run mechanic, the developers of Rebuilt decided to slow down the original speed to the point that it is a literal crawl. Any slower and you would be going backwards. Corpse Party sent waves through the Japanese horror community as people flocked to the game to experience some low-budget spooks, and Kedwin set out to ride the wave until it fizzled out, as he began work on a sequel almost immediately after the release of Corpse Party titled Satsuki's Heart. That didn't go far. After that cancellation though, the game's franchise wouldn't see any new titles for years. That is, until a game would come out that would give the franchise the reputation it has today, adding so many new characters, expanding the lore by a lot, and being a staple of the entire horror genre. And that game is...
Good cutoff, good cutoff. You know, I'll applaud that. I'll applaud that. That's good. That's good. Good segment.
Corpse Party, also known as Corpse Party Blood Covered, also known as Corpse Party Blood Covered Repeated Fear, also known as New Puyo Puyo Corpse Party Blood Covered Repeated Fear on Games for Windows Live Remake, is the golden goose of the entire franchise.
Hey, chill. Stop throwing so many shots at so many people. Chill.
You want to get introduced to the franchise? Well, this is your official entry point. This game takes everything that the original 1998 version had and injects it with copper sulfate laced with some blood of the Elder Gods. After riding the success of the original,
this is the version that I
did
played.
a super smart thing and founded a studio known as Team Gris, with the intention of rebooting Corpse Party into the franchise that we know and love today. This was no easy task, but they did it. The production history of the game is very interesting as there are lots of versions to choose from, and an outsider will feel intimidated by just how much choice there is. You choose one version of the game and you get pulled apart by PlayStation Puritans pissed off that you picked the PC edition of the popular franchise. The initial intention of Gris Squad was to develop a game
brother. Say it, don't spray it. That's what I gotta say. Yeah, no. I'm not gonna lie, I never finished Corpse Party. I pissed myself, and then I stopped playing. And then I went and searched up a YouTube video on it. And that's it. I think I got, like, halfway through the first video, and then got scared at the same part. And went to go watch something else, like Happy Tree Friends. You know, as one does.
For a mobile audience as early as 2007. They foresaw the success of genre smash hits such as Raid Shadow Legends and Diablo Immortal and Genshin Impact, and wanted to get there first.
This motherfucker did not pull up Legend of Zelda and was like, Genshin Impact!
Don't know how they were going to do it when iPhones didn't exist back then. Maybe they'd have it working on a Nokia brick? Anyway, the game was released as New Chapter, and the
I'm just saying, if that was on Nokia brick, you really don't have to worry about throwing your phone across the room when you get scared.
The reason why I don't have any gameplay is because it doesn't exist. Yeah, it just released episodically and then they cancelled it. The only thing from that game that can be seen really are promotional screenshots showing the contents of the game, I guess. After the cancellation of New Chapter, the developers went back to the drawing board. What do they do now? They captured the mobile market a little too early and needed to make some money, and that was when the
my walls are already worried when I'm around. I'm gonna put up my face through it.
The developers moved on over to developing on Windows and changed the title of the game from
Yo, that's an old ass video of what is his name? I know it. Fuck. KSI, that's the name. I'm 90% sure that's an old KSI and his brother. What's his little brother's name? I can't remember what his little brother's name is. You know, there's a few times where I take off my hat and I really think I am starting to look a little too country. Is that the Tim Allen photo? I think it is. Ma'am, may I please? May I please? No, I'm not gonna finish the sentence. I'm not gonna finish it. I'm not gonna finish it because it's gonna get clipped. It's gonna get clipped and I know it. I'm smart enough to not do it.
From New Chapter to Blood Covered.
Deji.
In 2008, the game was again released episodically, and the Windows version of the game introduced a notion that will also be very relevant throughout the rest of the video.
His little brother's Deji.
Voice
Oh, okay.
acting. The PC version of the game introduced voice actors into the franchise, although they are not the voice actors you're all familiar with. Not yet. The devs aren't made of that much money, and the voice acting wasn't throughout the game, with the developers electing to have voice acting only be in important scenes. The PC version of Corpse Party is the version that most people may be familiar with, as that is the most accessible version of the game. The only problem with the PC version being that it is the most vanilla of the lot. The character sprites aren't the detailed ones that the franchise is known for just yet. And
no, because the one I played was a PSP version.
the school, which hadn't actually received a proper name yet, didn't look incredibly detailed.
I think.
However, development of the Windows edition of Corpse Party ended up being halted by the publisher of the games, 5PB, who bought the rights to the game and sanctioned a release for the PSP, patching in repeated fear into the title of the game. CPBCRF was released.
Yeah, this motherfucker. This is the one. Because I played it on my mom's PSP, and I should not have done that. I don't know. I don't even remember how I got my hands on the game, if I'm going to be honest.
In 2010, featuring all 5 chapters, and was released in the West in 2011 as
See, yeah.
Just Corpse Party. This game is the definitive Corpse Party game, containing the groundwork for the entirety of the Corpse Party franchise, adding in multiple characters, fleshing.
You know, I'm 50-50 on Pokemon adding voice acting. But I think it would be dope. It'd be interesting to see.
Out the school and featuring the soundtrack that the franchise is all too known for, which I will get into.
But I think I'm only 50-50 because I'm a stickler for, like, you know, I've been a part of the Pokemon. I've watched Pokemon. I played Pokemon games for years. They've always had no voice. And so that's me being an old boomer going, "Not my Pokemon game. You don't speak."
Into later. This game was also the game that had the money poured into it, as 5PB took the original voice actors, sent them on their way, and replaced them with bigger industry names, with one of the most notable voice actors in the entire cast being the voice of Sachiko, who also voices Pikachu, so that makes the game...
I did not know about that. I thought about it, and the newer games wouldn't suffer from voice acting. No, the newer ones, because they've got like the full cutscenes, and I feel like at least those should be voice acted. So it's like that's where I'm like, yeah, voice acting, but like, I guess it's maybe just because I've played so many JRPGs that the only time that they have voice acting is in like major cutscenes. That I'm like, I don't know if I would want it in my games.
Infinitely funnier when you think of Pikachu brutally murdering several children in a haunted school because he's tired of being bossed around by his masters. Since the PSP version is the most important version of the game for this video, this is the part of the video where I have to cover the plot as fast as I can for those of you guys who are too scared to play the game, or you just want your memories jogged as to what happened. I played the 3DS version of the game, and you can watch footage of it on my Twitch channel, which will be linked in the description and will show up.
Fuck. This is the... That didn't even post onto YouTube. It is what it is. Oopsies. It still takes you to the right place. I'm gonna look at those later. That is a brick of text, I will say, though.
Here. So if you want the full experience, go there. But without further ado, the game begins with Ayumi telling a story to her fellow classmate, similar to the opening of the original PC-98 game. But immediately there's a major difference between versions, and it's not just that the game looks better, but there are more complete and utter strangers introduced to the cast that weren't there before. Yes, in this version of Corpse Party, several characters were patched in to flesh out the story and pad the game's runtime. Seiko, who is Naomi's best friend and resident funny man of the group, Morishige, a wannabe stage actor who's incredibly reserved and cares for Mayu, pretty much the reason why everything in the game happened. It's all
Jesus. God damn. I'm getting called out. Now he's really attacking people. He really wants their ass.
And last but not least, the teacher, Miss Yui. After the scary story...
Hey, Miss Yui kind of fine, not gonna lie.
And last last but not least, the teacher, Miss Yui.
Hey, I'm just saying, you know?
After the scary story, news breaks that Mayu is leaving Kisaragi Academy. I forgot to mention that the school has a name now, and they kind of already knew Mayu was leaving, but you don't know this until the events of the second game. Mayu is about to escape everything that happens in the game, but Ayumi browsed one too many 4chan paranormal threads and conjures up an idea to make sure that the group stays friends forever. I mean, how the hell did no one just outright refuse?
Wait, no, God, it actually is her fault. Goddamn.
To do it when she said she got this from the internet. The charm is called the Sachiko Ever After charm, and you have to repeat a sentence multiple times for every person in the room, or else you fall into the void. Someone doesn't do the charm right and they all fall into the void. But technically speaking, the source that Ayumi got the information about the charm from was lying for clicks on the internet, and they all fell for it, and now they're stuck in a haunted school named Heavenly Host, and they've all been separated and they've got to escape. There's the setup. I'll talk about the game again now. You start the game as Naomi and Seiko, and your job is pretty much to
Why is this motherfucker just pulling up the Seiko watch? My friends said, let's do this ritual so we can be friends forever. Our friendship's ending right there. Not only is it ending, I'm throwing a chair at you and jumping out the nearest window so I can't get trapped. Like, I'm sorry, you're getting a chair to the forehead, and I am running like my life depends on. Listen, I've already jumped out of a building before. I'll do it again.
Explore the school and learn more about the situation that you've landed yourselves in, and oh boy, it's not a good situation. A lot of the school seems to have missing chunks and is susceptible to earthquakes left, right, and center. The major selling point of Corpse Party is just how expansive the game's environment is, especially compared to the original. Literally everything got a facelift, with the dark, miserable school atmosphere being what drove most people to the very detailed story. The biggest difference between CP-BCRF and CP-98 is the fact that in this version of the game, instead of all the characters being stuck together and splitting up of their own accord, which is incredibly dumb, the game makes use of alternate dimensions to trap the main characters in and build on one of the biggest things Corpse Party has to offer, and its psychological horror fueled by isolation. What the original game lacked was the atmosphere to sell such a horrifying story. It was essentially just a haunted mansion of jump scares. In CP-BCRF, the gloomy environment of Heavenly Host feels more real, especially because there's just so much ground to cover and so much to explore, and the game continuously beats you over the head with the notion that you are alone. There's no one coming to rescue you, most of the ghosts in the game want you dead, and there's zero hope of escape. All of this is highlighted the most in the very first chapter as a way to make sure you know just how screwed you are. Corpse Party is a very big fan of the notion of tell, don't show, but this actually works in their favor because the game does not shy away from gruesome descriptions of the fates of each of the characters in the game. As you explore the school more and more, you'll end up coming across multiple bodies on the Sometimes these bodies have notes with them written by the poor souls that had somehow found themselves in Heavenly Host. And the notes really try and mess with the morale of the protagonists of the game, focusing on psychological threats that come with being trapped in a miserable school for hours if not days on end, with the constant fear of vengeful spirits coming to murder you at any given point. Things such as
Yo, whoever's doing these, like Gmod animations, they're killing it. These are great. I love Gmod animations. It really reminds me of my childhood. But I swear to God, if you send me some fucking skibbity fucking dumbass bullshit, I'm gonna beat you senseless in game.
Characters feeling incredibly homesick and slowly starving from the lack of food. This is one of the strongest points of Corpse Party, the ability to have you care so much for each of the characters, as Kedwin's writing focuses on the characterization of the main group, with backstories for all of them before, during, and after their deaths. I haven't even talked about the deaths yet. One of the biggest selling points of Corpse Party is kind of in the name. You're partying with corpses, damn it! There are an imperial truck ton of deaths in this game. Some are completely avoidable and are a direct result of you being a bad gamer, such as letting yourself get caught by the ghosts, which is actually really hard to do. You have to be very, very bad in order to die that way. What's wrong with you? Other deaths, however, are completely unavoidable, and unlike the original...
This Corpse Party, and only this one, unfortunately, has amazing writer. Oh, so it's like you're actually like... This is the only one that, like... People will die. There's no way for you to rescue them. Okay.
Party game, killing any of the party members in your group doesn't warrant a game over. You gotta continue on without that party member and play towards the ending. Because we're David Cage now. You ever played Heavy Rain? Ever heard of that old relic of a studio that goes by the name of Telltale Games? Each choice you make in Corpse Party and...
Wow, okay, we're taking cheap shots at people now. Okay, buddy, okay. Oh, wow. I might actually have to stand up. I haven't moved in like 2 hours. My legs are starting to go numb. Give me a second. We're gonna BRB. We're gonna take a quick stand up and walk around break because like my legs hurt. I've been sitting too much. Bang. Hey, what's up, chat? I went and grabbed an ice cream sandwich while I was walking around. Let's get back into this. Am I right or am I right? More React Andy shit. Let's do this.
Mind you, there aren't that many choices to make. It's not as fleshed out as the most KG of David Cage games, but you better choose the right option or else you could land yourself a wrong end. Wrong ends are also a franchise staple for Corpse Party, and in most cases, there are fully fleshed out endings based on something that you did in that chapter beforehand.
This is what I thought the most impressive thing about Corpse Party was the fact that you could have multiple bad endings simply based off of something you did. This was the coolest shit ever.
Or maybe you did something that the game gave absolutely no hints that you were even supposed to do in the first place, leaving you confused as to how far back you need to track in order to make sure you're in the right path. You, Chapter 1. In each chapter,
I do remember that, because that's where I quit, was in Chapter 1, because I kept dying at that one part.
So the wrong ends can contain a variety of pleasant deaths, such as getting buried alive, eating your best friend, or swallowing a pair of scissors somehow. Most of these wrong ends are a byproduct of forgetting to do something in the game. For example, in Chapter 1, in order to complete the level, you need to enter a specific classroom that requires a key that can be found in a completely random staircase. When you enter the classroom, you need to read the newspaper that's found inside. The game tries to take you for a schmuck and constantly ask you, do you really want to read the newspaper? Do you really want to? Do you? Your whole family could die if you read it. You still want to read it, you maniac. F it. Fine. After reading through the newspaper, you just play through the rest of the chapter like you normally would, and you would get the true ending, which involves Seiko hanging herself in the girls' bathroom stall. Or did she? If you don't read the newspaper and continue playing as normal, you get the same ending, but after the event, the three ghosts that are haunting the school materialize behind you and force you to swallow a pair of scissors. And this counts as a wrong end. Why? As the game progresses, you get more and more ways you could land your heroes in trouble and gift them a bad ending. This mechanic is there to keep you on your feet and ensure that you search every nook and cranny that the game has to offer. Although you're not supposed to examine everything the game has to offer because that could land you in a bad end as well. Scattered around the school are victims' memoirs, the dying words of a character in the game. And even though the game warns you earlier not to read all the victims' memoirs, with the amount of bull the game's pulled on you thus far, you'd want to read all of them out of morbid curiosity. You read through all of them and things turn out fine and nothing happens. Just kidding! A cutscene is automatically triggered. Turns out you were the writer of the victim's memoir and now you're living through the nightmare that you have written for yourself. Wrong end, try again, bitch. No, but wait, you actually need to get all the wrong ends to 100% the game, so technically you should read all the victims' memoirs anyway! In the final chapter.
Damn, why you got his shirt open like that? But yeah, no, that's the one thing I remember about Corpse Party was people complaining about, like, this was a game that you needed a walkthrough in order to finish, because people had no fucking clue what to do.
Of the game, things get even worse when you can trigger a path to a wrong end extremely early on in the chapter, but you don't realize it until the very end of the chapter. Allowing Yuka to get caught by Yuya automatically triggers a wrong end that you won't know is a wrong end until a full hour and a half of gameplay, filled with
That's diabolical. That's evil. As a game dev, if you do... Wow. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like... I don't know. It's just like... I don't like games like that. I don't like games like that I need a guide. Like, don't get me wrong. I do use guides for some games when I'm trying to do, like, a perfect 100% true ending, and I just want to do it on the first run. No headaches. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do it. But a lot of the times, a lot of the games I play, they're designed for you to do New Game Plus. That's why you need a walkthrough, not because you don't know what you're doing, but because you could literally get a bad ending and not know it till the end of the game. Yeah. And that's tough. Because that doesn't feel like fun gameplay. That feels like, okay, what the fuck did I do wrong? And you're like sitting there trying to remember what happened 2.5 hours ago, going like, okay, fuck, like, I don't know. And then even then, I remember Corpse Party's like true ending not even being that happy or good. So you wouldn't even think being like, damn, this is actually the true ending. This is how it's supposed to go.
with many plot holes because the developers didn't have the foresight to write that much dialogue with one character missing. Trust me, I wouldn't write for that either, just keep the plot holes. Moving back to the story real quick, and I don't want to make this video a plot summary of all the games, so I'll make it brief. When you play through each of the characters, you gain control of a new group of people depending on which parallel universe they landed in. In Chapter 1, you're with Naomi and Seiko. In Chapter 2, you're with Yoshiki and Ayumi, with Miss Yui for about 3 seconds before she splits up and Kama serves her for not following the creepypasta code. In Chapter 3, you're with Satoshi and Yuka and Morishige and Mayu. But this is a funny little chapter because you meet Naomi and Seiko's dead body, then get sent back into the dimension with Ayumi and Yoshiki away from Yuka. But then a chapter later, all of the paths start to converge and you're kinda all together at Chapter 5, or at least the surviving members, to get through the rest of the story. Holy shit, I haven't even talked about what happens to some of the members. So basically, Seiko dies because she has an argument with Naomi, and then Naomi gets possessed by a thing called the Darkening, which is used as a plot device in the first game, but a game mechanic in the later games in the series. Anyway, the Darkening compels her to tie a noose around Seiko's neck and kill her dead. In Chapter 2, Mayu talks to 2 of the ghosts that were trapped in Heavenly Host and feels a lot of empathy for them to the point that she wants to stay there forever. But then Ayumi and Yoshiki use the doll that you find earlier in the chapter to roast the shit out of the ghosts, and they don't take no shit from a bunch of school kids, so they grab Mayu and yeet her at a wall, causing her to explode into pieces.
Jesus!
Later in the game, turns out Morishige has a borderline fetish with Guro as he's snapping up pictures of all the dead bodies around the
Yo, like, who the fuck thinks of this? What sort of, like, yeah, Moria free? Yeah, like, what the? My mind is just like, who's sitting there going like, yeah, this is gonna happen to my story. You're into this, and you're gonna get sent into a wall and turned into an art project.
The school, then he unknowingly takes a special interest in a very big gory patch on the wall. It's Mayu. And he goes batshit crazy and he dies, I think. In the final chapter, Ms. Yui sacrifices herself to save Ayumi and falls down into a void and takes a lot of damage and dies. Then in the final chapter, it turns out that the person that was giving you hints throughout the game and Ayumi's idol is a pathological liar and manipulator. Who knew? Oops. So then you tell her exactly what she did and roast her so hard she vomits ink and dies again. And now you have to do the Sachiko ever after charm but actually properly, and you do it and make it out alive, but everyone who died in the school gets erased from existence.
It's not easy. Yeah, like, what the fuck? Corpse Party is not a game that you finish and you feel good for finishing.
In CPBCRF, this also marks the first game in which a new strand of virus has taken control over a few of the characters, which goes by the name of Corona Dumbass Syndrome, which is a very lethal virus that causes the people affected to make decisions that are so incredibly stupid, almost as stupid as running Cyberpunk on a PS3. Most of the incredibly dumb decisions are all the fault of Yuka and the writer's barely disguised fetish. You will notice in the Corpse Party franchise that a suspiciously...
That's a lot of shade. Yeah, can we really call it a hero sacrifice if nobody got saved? Isn't that just like a pointless sacrifice then? I'm sorry. But like, is it not true? Like, on God, like, technically a hero's sacrifice, Yui saves. But he just said that everyone gets erased through time.
Characters that just so happen to all be young girls tend to have an incessant need to want to use a lavatory, and the game manages to make almost an entire chapter about this plot point with Yuka. In the 3rd chapter of the game, she asks Satoshi to use the bathroom, and as you explore the school, you find that you cannot go in any of the stalls in the game. You'd expect Yuka to just say sod it and do it in the corner while Satoshi isn't looking, or in the empty bucket that you pass by multiple times throughout the game, but no! Yuka decides to hold it until they find a working toilet. Spoiler alert, they do not, and she decides to do it outside of the building. The same building that changes hallways and rearranges itself when you pass by a specific area. This causes Satoshi and Yuka to get separated, and she is eventually stalked by one of the main antagonists of the franchise, Yuya Kizami, in one of the longest chase sequences in the entire game. And as mentioned before, if you get caught, you land yourself in a wrong end and she dies. All because she refused to just do it in a corner. Believe it or not, this isn't the first time this happens in the Corpse Party franchise, and it certainly will not be the last, as you'll soon find out.
That's some freak shit. I'm sorry. You getting labeled as a freak. Not even like a good freak. Bad freak. God damn, like what the fuck?
The gameplay in CPBCRF is pretty much almost identical to the original Corpse Party, but now the developers had the time and the money to work on the imperfections present in the first game. For example, none of the characters have magical powers anymore. Like, that's such a stupid decision to the story. Imagine the regular human characters having magical powers. It would instantly make the game not scary or interesting. In fact,
I have a feeling like he's referencing something that will become relevant later, you know? Perhaps I'm really just trying to big brain this too much, but I think he was attempting to forewarn, forepredict, foreshadow, yeah, foreshadow something.
the only RPG element that's present in the game is the health system, and that's not even used much in the game at all. Every ghost counter in the game is an instant death if they catch you. The only time this is remotely relevant is in the first chapter in the infirmary, where Seiko leaves you alone to get attacked by a black sheep. Getting touched by this mist doesn't instantly kill you, but it drains your HP, and if you let your HP drop all the way down to 0, it triggers another wrong end. As well as the 3 ghosts that chase you, you are also chased by a former teacher in the school who's been killed and reanimated as a huge hulking zombie that wields nothing but a big hammer and a big mouth. The good thing about Corpse Party is that it gives you time and space to explore the school and the surrounding areas, giving you time to look at random dead bodies sprawled around the school, with them containing name tags that tell you the school they're from and their name, and sometimes having extra dialogue giving the player some information as to how they died. And this game loves to give victims the slow, agonizing deaths that they really don't deserve. What the hell, developer? CPBCRF got many releases throughout its lifetime, almost equaling FIFA and Skyrim with the amount.
You got a Skyrim joke? Motherfucker put Spyro up. Damn. Why are you doing Spyro like that? Did Spyro really deserve that? Did Spyro deserve that? Why you gotta do him like that?
Amount of different versions for each console or device or anything that we can play the game on. Being released in its alpha stages on PC first, then with patched in voice acting on the PSP, then finished on the PC after the PSP released, then ported on iOS in 2012, fixing a bunch of other things and patching one of the ghosts so it's more obvious what actually happened to her in Heavenly Host that caused half her head to be missing. In 2016, Nintendo wanted their
that was on purpose. Never mind. Corpse Party on my Tesla. Listen, does your Tesla run Doom? Does your Tesla run Doom? Can it run Doom? I bet it can run Doom. Let me put Doom on it. Let me upload. Let me get it to run Doom.
It's on the Corpse Party franchise. They felt cute and wanted to traumatize some kids, so Corpse Party was also released on the 3DS, with a back-to-school edition that I waited 2 whole months to arrive, and it never did. Thanks, DPD. The back-to-school edition contained figurines and an art book, and stands as the only way a Westerner could actually get a physical copy of Corpse Party. And right now, as it stands, the 3DS version of the game is the definitive way to play the game, with complete voice acting, fixed character sprites. Ayumi's hair was brown instead of blue on all versions of Corpse Party up until now. No idea how the developers overlooked this glaring mistake, but oh well. Remastered.
Hey, whoa. Maybe he's colorblind, guys. Let's be some nice people and let's respect those with colorblindness, yeah? Yeah?
Music and some more extra chapters that you could play for some more context to the Corpse Party lore.
Yeah, I'm saying yeah, Spy. Yeah, stay in your lane.
Until it took so long for me to work on this video that the developers announced yet another version of CPBCRF for the Nintendo Switch and the PS4 that will include updated sprites and voice acting for every extra chapter in the game as well. Can you guys see how much suffering I'm going through for this one video? Any new fan that wants to get acquainted with the Heavenly Host lore will definitely have to play this game first, as this is by far the most important game of the franchise and a very influential horror game that is up there with some of the greatest that the franchise has to offer, especially
hell no!
Especially for gory horror. As for a game that had its roots in RPG Maker, it's extremely effective at unnerving the player, and it's probably one of the most well fleshed out games that the engine has to offer, with its humble beginnings in 1998 to present day being nothing short of inspiring for budding horror writers and developers around the world. But of course, with something this successful, it's ripe to be milked. And milked it was. If there's ever a proper case of sequelitis in the gaming industry, Corpse Party is one of them, because with how complete the original game is, there really shouldn't have been so many sequels sequels, spin-offs, and adaptations, but here we are. The first game got adapted into several manga adaptations, and they are all alternate versions of the first game and its many endings. The Blood Covered and the Book of Shadows manga are the most well-known adaptations of the source material and are pretty solid retellings of the original game, with more character-to-character moments and a more streamlined story that doesn't rely on the game's meandering throughout its over 8-hour runtime.
Eyes are
There's
over
also
at this
another
point? Oh,
adaptation
shit.
of the original game this time, named Musume, released in 2010, and it's, well, it tries to mix the bare-bones plot of the original PC-98 game, which wasn't much to begin with the plot of its remake, and what comes out of it is an attempt to mix ecchi with the grisly murders that happened in the first game, which already is a major red flag. But then the final chapter makes things worse by turning into a hentai and including some...
No! I ain't doing the corpse riding. Hell no. Hell no. I'm not. No. No. You can't make me. No.
Really messed up endings to boot. Now, you'd think that this is some screwed up fanfiction and the developers of the original game wrote it off as a shameful smearing of their work, but then you check the writer of the manga and... $5 bill. No. No, I'm not thinking about it. No, like, honestly, like... No, he's gone past freak. I don't know what's past freak, but he's gone beyond it. On the moving picture side of things...
Degenerate. That's what it is.
An OVA of Corpse Party was released in 2013 titled Tortured Souls, and this was actually a lot of people's introduction to the Corpse Party franchise. If this was your introduction to this...
I watched this, and then I tried to play the games. Yeah, he's probably on a lot of lists.
This entire franchise... I'm so sorry. I'm not going to go into detail about the plot because I already did it when I covered the game, but the important part of the anime is that it tried to condense an almost 10-hour game full of many character interactions and lore into a 2-hour OVA. And because of this, the anime skips a lot of story that will leave you confused the more the episodes go on. With an okay opening episode focusing on Naomi and Seiko and their attempts to escape the school, with some fan service in between. As the series continues though, it neglects to mention a lot of the background information about the school and its rules, assuming the people who are watching the anime have already played the game. One thing that was really annoying as I watched the anime was that it really loved using the Dutch angle every time something scary was supposed to happen, which took me right out of the scare.
Can I just say fuck the Dutch angle? It's something you see in movies so often and I hate it. I genuinely hate the Dutch angle. It's so fucking stupid.
Anime much more fun to watch when I set up a viewing party of the entire OVA, and we ended up getting distracted and tried to guess in which direction the camera would rotate like we were watching Battlefield Earth. Since the anime has to blitz through the story and go through a more unique ending that actually isn't in any of the games, the deaths in the anime are also really funny, with the anime going the Musume route and including some panty shots of our characters just as they're about to get brutally murdered.
I was actually kind of worried that he'd show it off, but then he had that scene where he's like, not showing it. Is that Seiko in the game is a freak? It's revealed she has a crush on Naomi, but she constantly... Ooh. Yikes.
Or straight up speedrunning their deaths like Ms. Yui. In the game, she made a heroic sacrifice to save one of her students from falling to their death, whereas in the anime...
No!
The anime is...
That's criminal! Yo, they really just...
of a mess, but it's the easiest way to consume Corpse Party content without having to get too invested in the multitude of ports, remakes, and remasters of the original game. Just don't expect anything mind-blowing and you'll have a much better time trying to watch it. The milking of the first game doesn't even end there, as in 2015, a live-action adaptation was made of Corpse Party, and instead of taking the cues from the game, they decided to use the anime as the adaptation source, which was already a red flag, but now they had even less time to cram the content of the game into it, with only an hour and a half, meaning that characters characters that are in all adaptations of the game aren't even in the film, and all the deaths in the film are extremely quick, which if anything is a mercy compared to what they have to deal with in the game. I would go into detail about the live action film and its sequel, Book of Shadows, but I feel like that's worth another entire video as it is a doozy. It's actually insane how—
Imagine a hero's death to the opposite of plot armor. Like, that's... Wow. Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. Someone who made that anime, someone on that team, hated Miss Yui. That's it. That's all that happened. They could have done it, but somebody on that team was like, nah, fuck her in specific.
How many adaptations of the original source material there are, and this all started from a game that didn't even get first place in the competition that it was submitted for. That is a flex and a half.
Someone got an F in history class and their teacher's name just so happened to be Miss Yui.
Imagine making this empire of content and you ended up more successful than the person that initially beat you in the competition. Now, as I said a couple of minutes earlier, with the success of the first game—
Wait, no, hold up, that's actually crazy. You get second place in a game competition and then you become more famous than the person who got first? That's gotta sting for the person who took first place. That's gotta hurt them.
The franchise was bound to be milked, and it was milked to hell and back. Not just with the anime adaptations, but several sequels and spin-offs were made to the original game, the first of which being—
Oh no. Oh no. Ah shit, alright.
Corpse Party Book of Shadows was released internationally in 2013 for the PSP again, and things get a little easier from here on out, I hope. The entire premise of Book of Shadows makes this game seem more like a DLC than anything, similar to games such as Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare, which was an expansion to Red Dead Redemption. Book of Shadows essentially continues on from one of the endings from CPBCRF, in which during the final chapter of the game, if you choose not to read all 5 notes from Naho's notebook and continue the game as normal, the game ends as normal and you successfully do the charm to send you back home. Satoshi—
I'm like how I mean, it's accurate. They've done what? How many remakes? 1, 2, 3 remakes. Technically 4. Launched it on like 12 different consoles at 12 different times. Man, fuck you. What the fuck is this? Stupid ass bot. Like, imagine if like, no, it's rough.
wakes up with no memory of going home after the events of the first game and heads to school, only to realize that everyone who died a gruesome, lonely death in the first game is alive and well, and everything is a-okay. Just kidding! Satoshi is in a Groundhog Day loop. He is the only one who knows what occurs in the first game, and they're about to do it all over.
You're telling me this man's in a Groundhog's Day loop, and he goes back in? Yo, if I had a nightmare that I went to school hanging out with friends, and then they did some, like, black magic ritual, sent us to hell, and we all died, and I woke up, and I was like, damn, that's crazy. And I got to school, and they're like, we're gonna do this ritual. Nah, you're taking 2 chairs to the face, and then I'm jumping out the window. Fuck you. And I'm grabbing the teacher and running.
Over again, unless Satoshi can stop them from doing it. Spoiler alert, he doesn't, and they have to do it all over. Over again. Honestly, if I was Satoshi, I just wouldn't have joined in. Let them deal with it themselves.
Yeah!
Imagine trusting someone who gets their information from an occult blog online. So that I say, let them die. Anyways, the game is structured very weirdly compared to the other games in the series, acting like a complete visual novel and ditching the RPG elements that the Corpse Party franchise was known and loved for. In lieu of the RPG elements, Book of Shadows decides to become an old flash point-and-click adventure game, where the extent of the gameplay is just moving your mouse around the screen and hoping something happens when you click on something. The bulk of the game is pretty much a visual novel, and you don't even need to do anything for the majority of the game. You could just pull a Raid Shadow Legends and have everything auto-play for you. Get some snacks and popcorn and let the events of the game play out right in front of you. When you're doing the Ace Attorney point-and-click adventure type gameplay, however, you're basically at the mercy of the game, as the only clues you really have are the character you're playing as claiming that there's something in the room that you're supposed to collect to advance the story. If you have to meet someone in the game will take your hands off the keyboard and initiate an extremely long cutscene in which the extent of your gamer activity would just be pressing space over and over again. Aren't visual novels fun? I joke about all of this, but there is at least one gameplay.
I'm not gonna lie, I am a hater of visual novels a lot of the time. I don't find them fun to play. I don't know, I don't like sitting there watching my game I want to play my game, not watch it. It's why I don't play a lot of games. There are some games that there are way too many cutscenes, and I will not play them.
Play feature decide to keep you on your toes so you don't completely fall asleep while playing the game, and that's the darkening meter. Remember that thing that was only fleetingly mentioned in the first game? Well, it's back in this one, and it's a game mechanic now. The darkening meter is pretty much your character's sanity meter, and looking at things that you might consider a little spooky will cause that meter to go up. And in the extremely unlikely case that the darkening meter hits 100%, you get a wrong end. But there are points where you need to grind wrong ends that require you to do this in order to get 100%.
Nah, that's mental. It has to have a twist for me. Yeah, because like Doki Doki was... Also, not to mention, Doki Doki was short. That game, I played that game in like, what, 3-4 hours, I think, on stream? A lot of visual novels are like... a lot longer, I'm not gonna lie. I've played a couple, air quotes, I've watched a couple, and like, dude, they just like... It's so long, and it's so slow, and it's so boring. Like, it's just like... Why?
Completion, and let me tell you, you have to be extremely bad at the game in order to let your darkening meter hit 100%. You will never hit 100% darkening level if you're playing through the game normally, and the only way in which you can actively grind the meter out is by looking at corpses in the school that have name tags, because knowing that some of the skeletons that are on the floor have names makes things infinitely more scary. The completion requirements for this game don't just end there. In the original version of the game on PSP, in order to unlock the final chapter of the game, which is the only chapter that actually advances the story, you have to play through the game and get every single ending that the game has to offer, including all the wrong ends, which totals to 33 endings, each with their own unique routes and
dude,
dialogue.
I would
This task would be
do something that I can't say on
but
stream.
The developers were nice enough to allow you to port your saved data from the first game into the game files for Book of Shadows.
No.
If you played through the
Okay.
first game, the requirement to unlock the final chapter is shortened to just getting the true ending of every chapter beforehand.
That's not bad.
Which is still a long and daunting task. The lack of actual gameplay in Book of Shadows is kind of saved by the story that the game has to tell. The game acts as a prequel, midquel, alternate universe sequel all at the same time, with the game acting as an anthology documenting the events during the first game, some of which taking place in an alternate time loop based on the wrong end that kicks things off in the first game, and others taking place beforehand, giving more context behind certain characters' action in CPBCRF.
Okay, but with having to get all endings for secret endings, but for 33 endings, nah, fuck off. Yeah, like... Not to mention, you would... Because, like, it's not like the type of thing where it's, like, in some games how there's, like, 3 endings, and it's, like, you can save before you get, like, the bad ending, and then, like, just pick the other ending, and then, like, you know, go to a different save in order to get the true ending. Like, it's fucked. Because, like, there's so many games that I've played where it's, like, you do all these things, and you need to, like, for example, like, Persona, you need to get all of your confidants up to max level. What I would do is I'd play the game getting everyone up to max confidant level, except one person. I would then go, beat the game, save on a second file. So, like, save first file on the day when you need to hang out with the last person to get that confidant maxed out. Go beat the game, get the wrong ending, like pick the wrong choice, and then like reload right before the wrong choice, get the right choice, and then reload the game back to the confidant thing, get the confidant, and then go and play for the true ending.
The game also introduces some new characters to add to the mix. Well, I say new, what the game actually did was give some more context behind some of the dead bodies that you find and discard in the main game. The most significant one being Sayaka Ue, best friends with Naho Sainoki, the person who basically caused the events of the first game by lying about the summon ritual. Sayaka has a dedicated chapter about her antics with Naho leading up to her untimely death in the first game, and that's pretty much it for her character development. But don't worry, she gets more in the spin-offs of the game. As for the rest of the chapters of the game, they essentially serve as a pseudo DLC to the main game, giving characters like Ms. Yui more characterization that wasn't there in CPBCRF, and Morishige, who didn't have much to work with in the first game, getting a dedicated chapter that takes place at the same time as the main game. An interesting thing to note before moving forward, the talk of alternate time loops is actually going to be an extremely important point, as you will find out in Chapter 1, other characters actually start realizing that they're stuck in a loop. For example, Chapter 1 follows Naomi and Seiko again, and the story goes along as normal, but Naomi starts to realize that the events of the first chapter have happened before, including the infamous argument that caused Seiko to split from her in the first place. She tries to rectify the mistakes she made in shouting at Seiko in the first place, but the curse of the school prevents her from doing anything about it, electing to have her chuck some heroin.
Yeah, that man was running
Out of her mouth. After realizing what's about to happen to Seiko, she manages to prevent it from taking place and save Seiko from a Sayori cosplay. However, if you remember...
That's a crazy comment to make. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Oh, wow. Listen, I'm also not gonna lie. That time loop comment, true enough. 99% of the time, time loop gimmicks aren't done well and they just ruin the story. I'll say it here. It's lazy writing.
From the first game, it was actually a possessed Naomi that caused Seiko.
So, like, a game that I know of that does time loop good is Bravely Default. Don't worry about it. I'm not spoiling anything. Go play the game. What I'm saying might be a red herring, but, like, go play the game. Trust me, you'll understand what I mean. It's good shit.
Seiko to be in that position in the first place. So after Naomi saves Seiko, she understandably freaks out and runs away, only to fall down the stairs and... It's then discovered that Sachiko knows that this entire thing is a time loop and lets Naomi and the audience know that everyone who died in the first game will continue to die over and over again in worse ways every time. This notion is extremely important to remember because future Corpse Party games bring this up over and over again as a reminder. This chapter is also a massive point of contention among the fanbase because most of the fans were expecting something different to happen this time around.
Yeah.
Seiko's probably one of the most punished characters in the entire franchise because she gets little to no character development and dies in the very first chapter of both games. At least in Book of Shadows, there was a little bit of backstory before the events of the game, but the fans were left wanting more than just...
Yeah, you know what? I feel like this was the start of anime that looked like this, that were just fucked. Like, on God. Yeah. Like... I don't know, man. Like, it just, like... It just... Especially, like, I think the worst thing that you can do with time loops, especially if, like, if your characters make, like, a rush decision, and that leads to their death in the game, and now you add a time loop mechanic, now that dumb decision that they make is gonna be amplified to the nth degree. You have to think, like, if my players saw this, are they gonna think, like, man, these fucking guys are idiots? Like, God fucking damn, like, who could be this stupid? Now I added a mechanic where they get to remake that choice, and remake that choice, and remake that choice. And they keep making that worst possible choices. They invent new worst choices that you didn't know about. You thought they had made the worst choice, surprise, surprise. They didn't, because they can find another fucking way to make a worse choice than the one they made previously. Like, it's just going to make your game bad. There's a very popular comic that had a time loop near the end of the story, which was interesting, but ends up being nothing. That is oftentimes when a time loop gets added into stories, that's how I hope, like, things end. Like, that, like, somehow, some way, it either doesn't affect the story at all, or it just adds in, like, there was one that I played where it was like, you play through the game, and at the start of the game, your character gets a mysterious letter telling him to do something, and that kicks off the entire game. And then at the end of it, he gets sent back in time, dying, with a sealed letter that looks, and like, by this point in time, you're already like 10, 12 hours deep into the gameplay. It looks familiar. And he follows the instructions because he's supposed to do it or he'll die. And he places it off. And he stumbles back and falls backwards into a bush as he's dying. And all of a sudden, this front door looks familiar. Oh shit, someone's opened the door and he's looking from the bush as he's dying. And it's himself. It's himself opening the door to pick up this letter that sent him on this death journey. That's probably the best way I've seen it used, is this man was sent on an infinite loop. Like, he is being tortured for the rest of his existence. That one was pretty good, because it was like, oh shit, you're the reason why you're dead. You're the reason why everyone here is screwed. And he realizes it and he can't do anything. But how did the original adventure start? It's one of those things that I think in the original story, it was wrote off as he was cursed to live an infinite loop. So the curse itself started the loop and was the cause of the loop, and therefore it's like, when the curse engaged, he was the source of the loop.
Just having her die again in a more brutal way. The Corona dumbass.
Because it plays off of the idea that, that's the thing that pisses me off, because, like, Time Paradox is, if you're the one who started it for the first version of you, but that's where the Time Paradox is like, you can't point to a single point in time that starts the loop, but it is theorized in the game through hints that the demon that was summoned that caused the loop, he was the first one to give the letter. So he gives the very first letter, and when he opens and then follows it, oldest man. Sorry, I had to ban someone over on a different platform. Yeah, so it's like, the demon, the curse was him doing something, and the demon delivered a letter, which started an infinite loop of him always going back. What happened? Someone on Kick said something on the lines of, "Can you suck my blank?" And I said, hold this ban. Is what it is. Yeah. But, like, that's the, like, the loop is, he did something dumb. I think he unleashed a curse that his parents or his grandmother had sealed. And that, yeah, like, he unleashed a demon, and that demon cursing him sent him into an infinite loop. But you only know that if you find, like, other, like, bits of it, hidden information and other stuff in the game.
Syndrome makes a return in this game in the very next chapter, and this time Mayu is the victim. She realizes immediately that she's in a time loop, and surprisingly does the right thing and refuses to enter the room that sealed her fate in the original game. As you progress through the chapter, Mayu realizes there's a large mark on her stomach and decides to not tell anyone about it. For what purpose? She finds another character with Yoshiki named Nana, and she has similar markings on her legs. At the end of the chapter, Nana's legs are chopped off at the same area that they were marked, and Mayu's worried that a similar thing will happen to her. So she panics and runs into Ayumi and Yoshiki, who ask her about what just happened. You'd think that Mayu will tell them everything and stick by them while they try to find clues, because being alone in a place like Heavenly Host is a very, very bad idea. But no! In a move that can be
wow, that's crazy. It's like the thing that I mentioned about, you know, making the worst possible choice. They do it!
Genius. Mayu runs off alone into the school because she is so narcissistic that she didn't want anyone to see her seemingly ugly face. She runs until she can find a room to hide her scars with makeup, and she eventually finds one. The same room that she refused to enter in the beginning of the chapter because she knew it would be certain death. And you can probably guess what happens to her in that room. A complete and utter idiot! Going back to the gameplay, and one thing that's introduced in Book of Shadows in lieu of proper gameplay is the addition of 3D sound. The game's budget has to go somewhere, so the voice actors and actresses all recorded around a dummy head microphone used a lot by ASMR channels, and there are points in which it seems like you are listening to an ASMR recording, especially around chapter 2 where a possessed Ayumi does this.
You missed her death image? What do you mean?
them while they try to find clues, because being alone in a place like Heavenly Host is a very, very bad idea. But no! In a move that can be only described as genius, Mayu runs off alone into the school because she is so narcissistic that she didn't want anyone to see her seemingly ugly face. She runs until she can find a room to hide her scars with makeup, and she eventually finds one. The same room that she refused to enter in the beginning of the chapter because she knew it would be certain death. And you can probably guess what happens to her in that room. A complete and utter idiot!
Are you talking about the bonk?
Going back to the gameplay, and one thing that's introduced in Book of Shadows in lieu of proper gameplay is the addition of 3D sound. The game's budget has to go somewhere, so the voice actors and actresses all recorded around a dummy head microphone used a lot by ASMR channels, and there are points in which it seems
that. Yeah, no.
It's like you are listening to an ASMR recording, especially around chapter 2 where a possessed Ayumi does this.
I fucking hate ASMR. I'm gonna punch my screen.
The game also has a feature called an EVP machine, which allows you to use the voice clips in the game and play around with them however you see fit. This game marked a very big franchise shift because the developers decided that they wanted to be private school English literature teachers and bombard players with supplementary material that wasn't just the original games. Just playing through the game isn't enough anymore, because now you needed to also do your own research into the lore of the franchise. And this is especially notable in the 4th chapter of the game, where you're following Naho and Sayaka, and there's a lot of backstory as to how the events of the first game came to be, with the most important part of that chapter showing the steps that Naho took to post the incorrect information about how to get to Heavenly Host on her blog. In Book of Shadows, the supplementary material wasn't exactly required, but as you'll soon find out, this gets so much worse as the series continues. Now remember how I said that the game is pretty much an anthology of content surrounding the events of the first game? The game doesn't have anything going for it in terms of story progression, stuffing these anthologies together into one semi-coherent mess of content that Corpse Party fans would love, but ultimately feeling like an extended DLC to the main game. That is until the infamous final chapter named Blood Drive. Naomi and Ayumi go over to a haunted mansion in a forest in the country of nowhere middle of in order to find answers about Heavenly Host, and in the mansion they come across a book of shadows. They said the thing! Ayumi decides to use her YouTube knowledge once again to try the impossible and bring some of the dead characters back, and she tries it with Mayu first. It seems to work, but then all of a sudden the cursed book kills Mayu even more than she's already been killed, which is a bit overkill if you ask me. After making light work of Mayu, the book decides to punish Ayumi as well, and Naomi tries to help. Kinda, but you should know by now that just putting water on a flame will make things worse. Just when all hope seems lost, Ayumi's sister comes out of absolutely nowhere, like she had to be Wonder Woman or something. Ayumi and Naomi literally drove out to the middle of nowhere. How did she arrive just at the right time and the right place? Anyway, she saves Ayumi and everything seems fine, but then... And the game ends there. The game actually ends at this point. Imagine going through all of that and now you have to wait for the next installment of the franchise.
I'd rage quit. That would be it. I'd be done. I'd be like, okay, I'm not playing this anymore. Like that's how you get me to quit a game. Like, fuck. Oh no, she's still tomatoes on. Oh no!
Looks like it's coming out in a year. Maybe we'll get some answers then. Here we go.
I don't like this.
Wait, what?
I feel like this video came out of this man's personal grudge for this game series.
Corpse Party 2U, also known as New Super Mario Corpse Party Smash Bros. Country, Sweet Sachiko's Hysterical Birthday Bash Deluxe Edition and Knuckles featuring Dante from Devil May Cry, was released on August 2nd, 2012 in Japan for the PSP once again, and this game, if you can even call it that, is a completely different experience to the other games in the franchise. This game is pretty much Corpse Party's answer to Carnival Phantasm, where they take a super serious franchise full of death, destruction, blood, sweat, tears, piss and put it through Pyrovision. In the game, Sachiko Shinozaki, the mastermind behind Heavenly Host, realizes that out of all the time loops that every character has gone through from Book of Shadows, this specific day is her birthday. So in preparation, she revives every character in the Corpse Party franchise, including some new ones that we'd never even seen before, so that they can all celebrate her birthday with her. Failure to do so would land them a very painful death. That's the entire premise. In terms of gameplay, there really isn't much to write home about, as the game is a visual novel through and through, only requiring you to press A on your controller and sometimes waking you up by forcing you to make a choice to advance the game. Because of this, there's not much to talk about here, but one thing I wanted to mention before moving on to the big event is the fact that the game introduces characters that most people casually playing the games probably would never have heard of, but they will be important when talking about Blood Drive, and they are Aiko Niwa, who's pretty much a personified paranormal proxy to the sun, is a rival of Naho and Sayaka, and introduced in a spin-off light novel called Cemetery Zero. This is where the supplementary reading.
Oh, it's gonna be one of those games. Fuck. Dog, can I just say I hate shit like this? Like, God damn, brother. Yo, what the fuck, man? Like, if there's one thing that I fucking hate in games is when it's like they introduce information and you're like, yo, where the fuck did this come from? And some random motherfucker you find out on like the internet is like, oh, so actually, all this information about this one character actually comes from the spin-off book that was only released in Germany back in 2013 for 2 weeks. Ah, it was crazy. It actually goes for nearly $100,000 on Etsy right now, and almost nobody has read it. Fuck you, FNAF. Yeah, exactly. That's what FNAF has become. Like, fuck, dog. Like, it's so annoying. Like, it is the worst gimmick I've ever seen in a fucking, like, game, where it's like, so you actually want to know the actual like plot line behind this game that you just played? Oh, well, actually, I need you to read these 4 books back here. You see the size of them? They're basically a dictionary, but like you have to read the entire thing. But truthfully, the only thing that's actually really like important in it is the last passage of the 3rd chapter. That's in quotations, but you have to read it backwards because otherwise you're not going to understand it properly. Listen, if understanding your game becomes a chore, fuck you. That's all I have to say.
Part of Corpse Party comes into effect because the game expects you to know who these people are before playing. There's Inumaru, who has a massive crush on Sayaka and is one of Nao's classmates. And finally, there's Satsuki, Yuka's friend from school, who was actually going to be the protagonist of the cancelled sequel to the original Corpse Party game I mentioned in the beginning of the video, titled Satsuki's Heart.
What fucking... I don't remember this! I'm not following!
In general, Corpse Party 2U is one of those games that relies a lot on tropes usually seen in anime rom-coms, with each of the chapter titles parodying phrases from popular media. There are absolutely no investigation areas in this game like in Book of Shadows, and to the surprise of absolutely no one, the game did not sell well in the West when it got a translation from Xseed Games, released on PC in 2019. But now that you know about the new characters in the franchise, I guess it's time to talk about the big one, the grand finale of the Heavenly Host saga, and the game that pretty much ruined the franchise past the point of no return. I'm not even joking.
This isn't even considered ruined past the point. Oh my god.
When I say that this game is probably one of the most painful games I've ever had to play for this channel, and I don't mean that lightly. So before I continue, I'm going to have to ask you guys to take a seat for this one because it's an absolute doozy.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm ready. Tell me why I'm gonna want to crash out today.
The year is 2014. Yay! The world got an exclusive early access look at a global pandemic simulator and were offered a tutorial on how to deal with it quickly, preparing them for any future cases. Scotland tried to escape from the UK, but everyone else was having none of it, and an entire plane got uninstalled from existence. In the midst of all of this chaos, Kedwin and Co got together to finish the Heavenly Host saga that he had begun several years in adaptations prior to that moment. but not before deciding to work on a brand new game that's set in the future, way after the events of this one, which I will get into later. Corpse Party Blood Drive was released on July 24th, 2014 and was released on the PS Vita. I mean, the console needed to have at least something to play. Blood Drive sets out to conclude the story started by CPBCRF and continued in the similarly named final chapter of Book of Shadows, and it does so in a... I mean, it definitely completes the story, I guess. The game decides to ditch the pixel RPG Maker-like aesthetic that was shown in detail with the original game and shown partially in Book of Shadows, opting to go the itch.io game route and use Unity for the duration of the game's development in order to have the game displayed in 3D. Because I wasn't able to snag a PS Vita to record this game with myself, the footage you are seeing and will be seeing throughout the duration of the game will be from the PC release of the game, released on October 10th, 2019. However, this doesn't mean to say that I won't be mentioning the absolute state the game runs on in every other platform that isn't the highest quality SSD you can find on Newegg. Upon playing the game, you will already notice a very big difference in style to the previous games. Everything looks hyper-realistic! The game takes notes from everyone's favorite creepypastas and decides to present everything in hyper-realistic 3D. It's like they knew exactly how to scare the pants off their player base. The only problem with this design choice is the fact that there are moments in the game where the 3D nature is a very big detriment to the game.
How do you fuck that up?
Especially on the PS Vita. For some reason, the developers thought that mobile devices at the time of release would all run on RTX 3090s, so throughout the game, when you walk into a new room or a new corridor, the entire area is rendered in one go, as opposed to slowly loading in chunks like you are abusing Elytras in creative mode and destroying Microsoft servers. Because of this, there are a lot of loading screens. An awful lot of them. It doesn't help that the loading screens look like straight up nightmare diesel and show this while you're attempting to progress to the next area, and the loading screens are ridiculously long. You'd think that these loading screens only show up when you're progressing to a completely new level in the game, or maybe even a new chapter, but they show up every single door you walk through. And speaking of doors, unlike the previous games where doors that you don't need to enter are sealed completely, with text outright saying that it looks like they've been molded into the wall, the devs kind of forgot to lock some of them, electing to have almost every single door in Heavenly Host be wide open even if they contain just a singular battery or a bandage, adding a lot of dead playtime to the game. This doesn't even scratch the surface of what the devs did this time around to screw with the user experience. In Blood Drive, there are little to no actual puzzles that you need to solve like in the original game, ditching at least some of the fun parts of the games and replacing them with just going from one checkpoint to another.
It's a walking simulator. Fuck.
Collecting items in a specific room at a specific time while avoiding things around the school. And there are a lot of things that you need to avoid this time around to the point where it's actually ridiculous, but I'll get to that later. I've said that way too many times. When you do eventually find the item that is required for you to progress the story, instead of the game automatically choosing the relevant item for you in your inventory, like in all other games of the series, Blood Drive adds an extra step by making you choose the item that you want to use, for no reason except for one specific part of the game, where choosing the incorrect item nets you a wrong end. As it's a franchise staple, the wrong end system returns in this game with a vengeance. And a significant downgrade, as the previous Corpse Party games had lots of effort put into the wrong end, with CGs done for most of them. But this time, around 90% of the wrong ends that happen in this game are extremely quick and don't even have descriptions for them, for better and for worse, instead letting the chibi animations do the talking, which leads to some unintentionally hilarious deaths in the game, especially in the latter half, where you'll find yourself dying for dumber and dumber reasons as you continue through the game, which leads into yet another issue that Blood Drive has, which is the enemy and danger system. Littered throughout the school, a random trip.
I fucking hate that spy laugh. Oh, that just gave me flashbacks to playing TF2 as like when I was younger, getting killed by a spy and just the fuck, getting that shit spammed after getting stabbed in the back from a spy. God. God.
Wires, glass shards, and sharp planks on the floor, and if you step on the shards and planks at any given moment, you take damage. When I was playing through the game, I also found that there are moments where the game doesn't even know when the characters are supposed to be hurt by the environment, as I was running through the hallways, and there are random moments where your character will take damage from literally nothing. The tripwires are a core...
Oh, dear Lord. Oh no. Oh no. This is a bad one, isn't it?
Back to the very first chapter in Book of Shadows, and they make a return as a lethal reminder not to run in the halls or in the classrooms, as they are placed everywhere around the school and require you to manually disarm them. Failure to do so will cause you to take a lot of damage when you trip over them, which is all well and good. But then another game mechanic swoops in to ruin your day even more, and that's the fact that the school is extremely dark. But don't worry! The game at least prepares you for that fact by equipping all characters present with a torch. That seems to run on the world's worst battery. This forces you to have to scour the school looking for batteries hidden in rooms and corridors so you can keep your torch lit. In later patches of the game, an infinite power option was added to allow players to not have to worry about looking for batteries and instead worry about finding bandages to heal your character after taking damage. As the game progresses and you have more and more characters join your party from the story, you can instantly switch characters with a keybind.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And the active character will be the one to take damage should you get hurt. So if you find yourself in danger of dying, you're just one keybind away from rescuing your playthrough. Can I also just mention that on the PC version of the game, they don't even have any controller binding set at all to begin with, forcing me to have to set all of the buttons myself. And they didn't even display properly when I needed them. I haven't even gotten to the
You hate to see the death of a game series. You really do. Man, I feel like we just watched like 30 minutes. Like in the past like 5, but apparently not. Maybe I'm yapping too much. Ah! I'm okay. I'm good. I'm chilling.
The enemies in this game. Isn't Blood Drive so fun? Littered throughout the game at completely random intervals are phantoms who, when spawned, will chase the player down everywhere, including loading areas. Because of this, in order to evade phantoms, you need to find a cupboard to hide in like it's Amnesia all over again, and you must wait for them to leave. But the trouble doesn't end there. If the phantoms see you entering the cupboard, they just pull you right out and beat you to death. The only way to evade the phantoms is by using talismans that are littered throughout the school, which will cause the phantoms to disappear completely. Although I wouldn't even say completely, because if you load in a save or you return to the area where the phantoms spawn, there is a small chance that the game will just spawn them right back in, sending you on another chase sequence and wasting another talisman. Without that item, you are pretty much screwed, and there's also a chance that multiple phantoms can spawn, trapping you and killing you. However, you can game the system by quitting the game if you feel like you're in trouble and just loading back the save, which will return the enemies back to their spawn point even if you save the game right next to one. You could also game the system by initiating a cutscene mid-chase, as that seems to despawn the enemies somehow. Phantoms would not be as bad if they were easy to evade, but they aren't, as they keep pace with the player and sometimes are faster. And in Blood Drive, you now have to worry about stamina, because if you're running for too long, you will start to slow down, and if you completely run out of stamina, you stop moving entirely to catch your breath for an undisclosed amount of time, which would be extremely frustrating if you were mid-chase. As well as the phantoms, you also encounter these pyramid head knockoffs, who aren't really explained in the story and are just a B-Tech Yoshikazu, only existing to give you a challenge in chapter 4 where you have to dodge their axe swings for 60 seconds. You'd think this would be fairly difficult, yes? You can just walk the entire time and not get hurt at all. In Blood Drive, they decided to mix the gameplay elements with Book of Shadows' visual novel style, and the way in which they did this also served to completely tank the pacing of the game, with some chapters having over 40 minutes of dialogue only for 5 minutes of walking from destination to destination, followed by another half hour of speaking. Sometimes the game even...
Bro, you're not playing a game, you're watching a TV show at that point. Like, what the fuck? It's so rough.
Even switches from the visual novel style to the in-game 3D chibi style for the cutscenes, and this makes the pacing even worse because the animations between lines are extremely cookie cutter and are unskippable. Did I also mention that there's no way to pause the game while these cutscenes are happening? You basically have to ride it out for what could be 40 minutes before you're given control back and you can save the game. But you can't even save the game! To make matters even worse, you cannot save at any point anymore. Instead, you are required to save at Ayumi's candles that she's placed in the school. school, meaning that at some point of the game, you may even have to find one of the candles before you can even save. It kind of feels like the developers went out of their way to make the most frustrating game ever, which is a shame since this game was marketed as the grand finale of the franchise. And I've talked about all of this so far without even mentioning the story once, which is a testament to just how frustrating the game has been to play. So I guess I should stop stalling and try and talk about some of the things that were wrong with the story of the game. If ever there was an example of a game jumping the shark, this game not only jumped it, but brutalized it and killed its family. This game has ventured so far away from Corpse Party that it founded a new country and called it Tales of Symphonia. The story completely does away with absolutely everything that made Corpse Party as successful and beloved as it was, and turns it into a generic fantasy story, which is such a shame because the very beginning of the game showed some promising aspects. After the events of Book of Shadows, Ayumi is so riddled with guilt at the fact that every single bad thing that's ever happened in the game is her fault, and wallows in self-pity for several months. This is until we are introduced to a new character for this game named Misuto, who is a potty-mouthed delinquent who looks so out of place in the entire game that you'd think he's literally an anime cliche parody. He tells Ayumi that there is a way to get back into Heavenly Host to retrieve the Book of Shadows after she is shown an image of one of the ghosts from the first game holding it inside the school. After asking Yoshiki for help in her endeavors, Yoshiki does the smartest thing possible and throws the stones that would be used to get to the school out the window and under a steamroller, stating that going back to that cursed school without a plan would be suicide. After having a mental breakdown and finding the stones completely unharmed a few minutes later, Ayumi is met once again by Misuto, who tells her that it's time to go!
Yeah, honestly, with how the last expansion has gone, I'm not expecting much from Final Fantasy. I still haven't touched it since the 7.0. I finished it and then I just honestly I've got to end my subscription. I'm not gonna lie, it's killed it for me. I've tried to launch the game since and I can't, which really sucks because I got super into it. I played it for a year straight, nearly daily, and then it fucked me like that. I was grinding for house furniture.
Yoshiki tries to stop them, but Misuto yeets him against the wall, severely injuring him. Now at this point, what do you think Ayumi does next? A. Check on Yoshiki to see if he's okay after that shove. B. Call out Misuto for hurting a friend. C. Put this visit on hold so she can think of a plan of action before going back to Heavenly Host, since every time she went anywhere without a plan it ended in disaster. Or D. All of the above.
I don't know if I'm gonna do Persona Phantom X. I'm gonna be honest. Gotcha game. I don't really gotcha. So I'm yeah, I don't I just like I don't know. I haven't done gotcha games in years. I just
if you chose any of the answers, you would be so wrong! She decides to go to Heavenly Host with a complete stranger who invaded her room twice. One of the times while she was in the bath, had absolutely no evidence to back a single shred of intel he was saying, had an attitude that literally tipped him off as the villain from the first 2 sentences he says in the whole game, and has done absolutely nothing to gain her trust whatsoever. A complete and utter
I'll see how it is
pillar.
after that.
Because of her absolutely boneheaded decision, she's left.
I mean, it's free. Yeah, but I have terrible luck. 1. 2, I don't like gambling, and I feel like gotcha is just is like a poor man's. Yeah, I guess I could. I'll see how it looks online, and then I'll go and see if I want to try it out.
Left alone once again in Heavenly Host, and is immediately chased by Mayu's murderous spirit that relentlessly chases you when you take control of her, and can brutally kill you. And what makes things even worse is that Misuto is the main villain for the game, who uses Ayumi to make his own Book of Shadows that he uses to destroy all of her friends halfway through the game. In short, the entire plot of the game would have been prevented if Ayumi didn't make a string of really fucking terrible decisions. It also doesn't help that literally every single new character in Blood Drive is extremely unlikable, like Magari, who is also a walking anime cliche parody, and wants the Book of Shadows for her own personal reasons. The game also retroactively ruins the original by completely removing all agency from Sachiko herself. In the original game, it was her hatred and curse that caused Heavenly Host to exist in the first place, but in Blood Drive, nope! Heavenly Host wasn't her doing whatsoever, it was the work of those pesky witches from centuries ago. Then they decide to one-up that twist by introducing yet another twist that Sachiko had an unborn twin sister named Sachi, creative name I know, that was never mentioned in any previous game or supplementary material. The tone of this game is shot completely to hell, which is a damn shame because the Corpse Party franchise deserved so much more than this. The tightly knit gory horror plot is abandoned in the very first chapter and it is replaced with the most generic save the world story that doesn't differentiate Blood Drive from any of the other cliched RPG games out there. I knew I was in for a long few hours when the first chapter of the game had one of the new characters, Kuoniwa, deliver expensive lunch to Satoshi in a bloody helicopter that she bought from a massive company that she's also the CEO of. This game is doing my head in! As the game continues, more and more characters are forced into Heavenly Host in a weird Romeo and Juliet conundrum, where new characters go there willingly to meet with other characters that are trying to leave or have already left. And now everyone is stuck in the school with no way out because an antagonist has either yoinked their escape plan or they randomly lose it. Which leads to another example of the writer's barely disguised fetish, as the school is now covered in flesh mounds. The game warns you not to step in any of them because at any point, tentacles could rise from them and capture you, severely denting your darkening. Oh yeah, I forgot the darkening's a thing as well. Hidden around the school are statues that you can use only once to cure all the darkening within your characters, which mind you, isn't even displayed in the pause menu like their HP is. And that's not the only thing that has changed about Heavenly Host. Now there's a gym! This was retconned into existence in Corpse Party 2U, where most of the plot takes place, and in Chapter 4,
Brother, what the fuck did they do to this game?
there's a huge glob of ice cream that's just randomly in the middle of the gym. Ayumi and Yoshiki go and investigate and find out that one of the pillars that you need to look for to advance the plot are there. Ayumi goes forward and collects the pillar at the top of the ice cream, but then hands slowly start dragging her in, accompanied by... This is not edited, by the way. This is exactly how it sounds in the game. The audio mixing in this game is absolutely awful too, with several moments in the game where you could hear the audio start to distort from how artificially loud they made some of the voice lines in the music. And special mention goes to Chapter 6, where halfway through the chapter, the music returns with a vengeance.
Dog, what the fuck? This makes me want to drink. That's how rough this is. Like, this is just like, it's not even like, oh, you know, something got fucked. It's like, it's one of those like fuck ups that you can't be like, oh, you know, it just got a little messed up along the way and like they'll fix it, or like, you know, it's like they got fucked by something, or like development problem.
Imagine trying to play this game on the PS Vita in the middle of the night when you're supposed to be asleep. Parents around the world will be using this game to catch people out for not revising for their test tomorrow. Going back to the story, and after the halfway point where every character is seemingly dead at Misuto's hands, it seems the entire world is going down the toilet, with corpses partying amongst the living to a ridiculous extent. That is, until Ayumi realizes that the truth was inside of her all along. I'm not even...
Brother, what the fuck am I supposed to say? I haven't even played this game and I'm tilted.
Joking. The Book of Shadows that she spent half the game looking for turned out to be inside her stomach of all places, and she has to cut it out in order to retrieve the book. I wish I was making this up. How? How did she not notice an entire book inside her stomach this whole time? Anyway, she gets the book and goes with Sachiko back to Heavenly Host. Sachiko rewinds time to before the events of the previous chapter, which costs her all her life points and she dies. But everyone else is back alive, and this time Ayumi has the book, which allows her to subdue Mistletoe and stop the apocalypse, and they all live happily ever after. Just kidding. Mistletoe eventually breaks free and tries to run away, but in yet another twist, Satsuki, who had been kicked down the stairs earlier in the game and completely shattered her face, is suddenly alive again. And she's been watching a bit too much Parasite because her head explodes into a flower and bites Mistletoe's head off. What? What just happened? What is this game? Anyway, now the main villain is dead, but there's still over an hour of gameplay left, so what do we do now? Yep, that's right. Introduce an even greater scale villain at the last second and have a Pokemon battle with her, which requires you to study 5 items that you receive at the end of the game like you're studying for verbal reasoning testing hieroglyphics. Right before the battle, you also have to go through a maze, and you have to be very wary not to alert these Pyramid Head knockoffs of your existence, or else you could get easily trapped and receive a game over. Now, after all I've said so far, you're probably expecting the best and most satisfying ending to a video game since beating Minecraft on hardcore mode blindfolded. I mean, you've gone through hell and back to get to the final moments of the entire Heavenly Host saga, so surely you get a satisfying conclusion, especially seeing as the game's marketing and plot was based on the notion that the characters that died in the first game could and will get revived, right?
Wrong.
Yeah, I don't even have the energy to tell you that you're wrong. After the battle with Queen, Ayumi has lost an eye and she has decided to take it upon herself to seal the entirety of Heavenly Host within her body, to the behest of all the other characters. Yoshiki makes a split decision to stay with Ayumi, while all the other surviving characters escape the school back into reality. As a result, instead of the characters who died in Heavenly Host not existing at all, they are cosmically retconned to exist again. But they're still dead. And now Ayumi and Yoshiki have completely been wiped from the surviving characters' memories. And not just that, Ayumi is now pretty much a Cyclops vegetable, although Yoshiki eventually finds a house to probably take care of her. Still, not a good way to go. And to make matters even worse, Heavenly Host is not even permanently sealed away, because when Ayumi dies, the whole thing starts over again, which renders the entire Heavenly Host saga an absolute waste of time and space. I am almost impressed with how much Blood Drive retroactively ruined the franchise. I can't even make a joke about it. The first game was fantastic gory horror, and by the end of the saga, we're just left with nothing. I know it sounds like I've been ranting at this point, but it genuinely feels like there's nothing good to mention about this game. At least the characterization's mostly intact, I guess. It just feels like
That's like, imagine being in that position, loving this game, playing it from start to finish, waiting for the new game to come out, playing the new game, and that. Yeah, but like, does the school's curse come back and attack the same people who were already in the school? Or like, does some other dumbass have to curse their friends into going into the school? Like, what's the deal? Because I'm not gonna lie, I've lost the plot. I don't know what's happening anymore.
Edwin was in over his head this time around and wanted to make a grand...
Like, dude, like... just end it off with the sad ending. Everybody dies. End story. Oops.
Story full of death and mass destruction, but realized that there's not much that can be done with the premise of one relatively small school, so there had to be retcons and rewrites in order to capture a new audience. Because of this, Blood Drive suffers heavily in terms of trying to understand its own tone and what type of game it's trying to be, and instead of ending the Heavenly Host saga with a bang, it's ended the saga with a very laggy whimper.
There's more? Oh dear lord.
At the same time as Blood Drive's development, Kedwin's company, renamed from Team Grizz to Grindhouse, were working on a direct sequel to Corpse Party, which went by the name of Corpse Party 2 Dead Patient, and is set 5 whole years after the events of Blood Drive. In that game, you follow a student called Ayame Ito, who has awoken in a hospital with no memory of what has happened before, and as per usual, corpses begin to start partying in the hospital. Dead Patient sets out to return Corpse Party to its smaller scale roots by having it set inside a hospital that seems abandoned, but a madness fantasies, as well as the aforementioned corpses, confirm the theory that she is not alone. The game is made on a new in-house engine developed just for Dead Patient, and it shows as the game's first chapter originally released in 2013, before Blood Drive was released, and it was full of bugs. The original lighting system that the game had to offer was extremely bad, and there were a lot of minor problems that came bundled with the existence of the game. These bugs have since been ironed out in a re-release in 2017 titled Dead Patient News, but since then there has been absolutely nothing from this new sequel, leading many fans to believe that the game and the entire franchise is now languishing in development hell. There's not much else to really discuss about the game due to its unfinished nature, and it seems like development on the game isn't happening anymore, as the development team are focusing on remakes of the first game still. It's such a shame to see a franchise that started as well as Corpse Party did turn into nothing more than a fleeting conversation in the wind of people asking whether anything new's coming from it. I wish I could recommend going into the franchise as
I feel like this is what Corpse Party should have been. Like a Silent Hill, similar concept with different characters and settings. The people who survived Corpse Party, one gone, they live their lives, and everyone who dies are gone. But nobody survived Corpse Party 1. They all died. Nobody lived. Or did I like lose it where like apparently some of them survived? I thought all of them died and they got stuck inside the thing. Maybe I'm just getting confused because there's all these different timelines and theories and times. Sorry, I'm good. I don't even play the game and I'm mad.
wholeheartedly as other games that I mentioned on this channel, but the sad reality is that going into the franchise,
5 characters survived and the people who died were forgotten from the real world. Which 5 survived? Miss Yui died. Wait, so they retconned the people getting out? That's cringe. So, Yui died, the best friend died, the one who got sent into the wall died, little nerdy bitch died, and that's it? Like, gore fetish dude died. So, nerdy gore fetish dude died. Naomi, blonde dude, Ayumi, one dude, and one dude's sister who had to pee. Wait, how did blonde dude die? Did I miss that part? How did blonde dude die? No, those are the ones that survived? Oh, okay.
is just setting you up for disappointment, as fans have used that disappointment to make their own headcanons about the Heavenly Host saga, whether it be through fan games or even fanfiction. Throughout the development of this video, I have gone through a lot of games and material, and struggled through many of the Corpse Party games to get every single wrong end in the franchise from beginning to end. And after all of this, I still can't recommend playing anything else other than the very first game, as that small, self-contained gory horror game is all you need, and what Corpse Party truly is. It seems like the franchise suffered moving forward because everyone loved the original so much that the developers thought that the fans would want a continuation of a story that already had a concrete ending. And it's the serial escalation of the franchise that led
Mayu, Miss Yui, Mori, and Psycho die. Mori was the nerdy dude. Mayu is the one who sent them all into hell. Miss Yui's Miss Yui, and Psycho, I don't know,
it to its downfall and has left it in a state that can only be described as a corpse.
Mayu was the one that leaving and got... Oh.
Thank you guys for watching this video. This video is a result of 4 years of on and off working on the video, as I originally wanted to release it years ago, but I decided to wait until I was sure that the franchise wasn't doing anything significantly new.
Psycho is the freak who gets hung by Naiko in chapter 1. Oh. Okay. I feel like the first game had a pretty concrete ending and they just kind of dragged it on for way too long. But with that miserable motherfucking experience finished, I'm gonna end stream. God, that was dick. Moral of the story, don't play Corpse Party. I don't know what I was supposed to get out of that. when did I start reacting to that? Because that was an hour and 9 minutes when I stopped. Actually, how long did that take me? This is more so a morbid curiosity from myself. More so a morbid curiosity from myself. Ox. Wait. No, media. Yeah, now you guys can't hear it. Perfect. Is it just me or Twitch looking a lot rounder than usual? Maybe I'm going crazy. Maybe I'm going crazy. I actually 30 minutes in when I rated. Oh, fucking when was that? Hold up. Let me go to 3.5 hours in. 3.5 hours in. At 3.5 hours, oh my god. So 2 hours ago, I was at 4 minutes into the video. So I started this at approximately 3 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. This react took me nearly 2.5 hours. I am a yapper. I'm actually decent at it. Like a crazy vid. I'll just patch. You know what I'll do? I'll just cut this entire part from the stream, just upload it to YouTube. I'm just gonna turn my YouTube channel into a react channel. Fuck it, why not? I had to watch that bullshit. You should still watch Sparkle on Raven sometime. I'll probably do another react stream. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I do weekly react streams. We'll see. I'll keep the media channel from now on. I'll probably change its name to just to react. I'll probably put each video into its own segment, except I'll put all the trailers into one, and I'll just have it like Ace reacts to new games, and then I'll have an Ace reacts to fucking, I don't know. But I think on those like smaller ones, I'll actually go in and edit. But we'll see. Because like, fuck it. Like, wow. I was wondering why I was feeling pretty fed up with like the thing, like the game, like the video. That's because I spent 2.5 hours on it. That's fair. That's fair on me. Alrighty, but yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Let's see if there is a channel live that I can go raid into, / want to raid into, / something I don't fucking know. I'll probably do that, or title it like The Fall of Corpse Party is crazy. Okay, let's go off my following list. Who is live? Got a VTuber? Alrighty, fuck it, why not? I don't want to look for people. I'll just end stream if not. And to those of you who have been watching and haven't followed yet, please do hit the follow button. It does help the channel out. It does let me know that you guys are interested, and it also lets you know when I go live. But if you don't want to do that, you can always join the Discord community where you can send in videos that I can react to. If I do this again, we'll see. Artemis. Is that actually the channel? If I search this is the channel. Oh shit, it is. Playing Night Rain. Alrighty. So, we're gonna hop over there. I hope everyone does take care of themselves. Don't sit down for someone else. Shut up, man. Fuck you. I don't like looking for people to raid. I don't. It's boring. I'm not gonna lie, it's boring. But yeah. I'll get you guys out of here. As always, stay safe, stay happy, and what's tomorrow? What's tomorrow? I think I said I would be back to stream. Work schedule. I will be back on Friday, and then Saturday is the VR stream that I was mentioning. But yeah. Stay safe, stay happy. See you guys on Friday. Peace, peace.